Is our clerk ready to go?
Oh,
We need a
you
clerk.
are.
Did you get Tony's new cover sheet?
You're on the record, sir.
It's off to the left.
Over here? Oh, yeah.
That's the updated that we asked for
On the
yesterday.
record.
Well, good morning. Good morning. Today is Wednesday, the 16th. No, it's 15th. Excuse me, Wednesday the 15th. Time is 9 o'clock. The board is in session to continue with our budget presentations. Are there any preliminaries? Are there any changes to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay,
Right.
are you ready?
I am ready, Mr. Chairman.
Well, let's go.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we are going to start out with Human Resources, which is led by Director Bethany Calley, and this supports HR, benefits, risk management needs of the county and its various offices and departments. This includes recruiting and hiring, training, benefits administration, policy development and implementation, employee relations, leave management, employee compensation, workers' compensation, and related functions. HR serves over 2,000 county employees, has 4,500 covered individuals on the county benefits plan, and facilitates the recruitment, hiring, and onboarding of around 200 new hires per year. HR is a department within the current expense fund, part of the 3% cap. Budget for FY23 is submitted at $2,261,374. That's $176,486 over their appropriation total. Personnel supplementals include 2 new positions, an HR generalist and a risk management tech for a cost of $165,433, and overtime needs of $6,080. And then on the operating side, there's 1 supplemental for service awards. This would be ongoing, $5,000. Below is the budget to actual history from FY18 to FY23 and the number of employees for the same time period. I'd like to introduce Bethany Calley, who will present the budget for Human Resources.
Thank you, Kathleen. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I am very happy to be here with some more experience than last year back in the seat with Human Resources. Last year's presentation was my second week back in the job, so it's nice to be back here. I would like to express our appreciation every single year with the auditor's office going through the budget process. They are incredibly helpful and can't say thanks enough to them. That also is ongoing in the human resources area as well. A variety of areas are impacted with our finances, and they've been incredibly helpful in this last year as always. Additionally, internal service operations such as operations, information technology, can't thank them enough. We've had a lot of challenges, as you're all well aware of, with COVID, and those 2 departments stand up in lots of different areas, but especially the impacts we've had in the last year with that situation. All of our departments and offices, we appreciate them as they're our clients for their partnerships and collaboration during this prior year. And especially elected officials, thank you so much. And my fellow directors and the leadership of our CIO in helping us collaborate and work together, it's been incredibly helpful for me, especially in this first year back leading the HR team. Kathleen really covered previously in regards to those main hot areas that our HR department is responsible for. It is a wide range of services. It has been our mission to help Ada County offices, departments, and employees be able to fulfill the county mission ultimately at the end of the day. HR's desire is to be a strategic business partner in a capacity in which we can operate where really our mission becomes to attract, motivate, and retain talent and an engaged workforce as well. I returned to HR, as I mentioned, 1 year ago. A lot had changed in the time that I had been gone since 2017, and those features I'll talk more about certainly have impacted the ability of Ada County to fulfill the larger mission of being a strategic business partner. When I started my career in 1996 in human resources, when I go to my boss with a concern, you're a newbie coming out and you're worked up about something, and he would stop me and say, hey, did everyone get paid? Anyone get hurt? Did anyone die? And then, as long as I answer the right questions to that, then we move on to other things. I share that we'll have a link as we continue on in regards to the critical transactional issues that HR does handle throughout the year. Again, those have been compacted a lot in regards to COVID-19 impacts, our economic conditions. You certainly have heard about the labor shortage in the other presentations this week and throughout the year. turnover as well, both in the county as well as certainly within HR, and I'll talk more about that too. HR is dramatically impacted in regards to the new HRS system, Ada Central. Definitely some business processes have changed, some of the workloads brought into HR that previously might have been in other locations, and I'll elaborate on those as we continue. The HR team is a small team consisting of 19 positions providing services for over 2,000 employees, and again, over 4,500 covered lives we are responsible for on our benefits plans. In the over 21 years of experience that I have working at Ada County, this past year has truly been an all-hands-on-deck year. We did experience significant turnover in HR for a variety of reasons, moves to the private sector, moves outside of the country being planned, and other reasons that do often come during times of change. HR currently has 15 filled positions. Over 1/2 of those employees have been here at Ada County for less than a year. I have to give a huge shout out to all HR employees, those who welcomed our cadre of new hires, and these newer employees who joined the team. They truly plugged in. They truly showed a genuine care for Ada County. We do have significant internal learning curves, speed bumps to overcome, and are developing our own team culture with such large workloads and our lean staffing. However, I can guarantee you that every single one of our employees demonstrate great care regarding the role of HR at Ada County. As you also know, in the years previous, we lost a lot of institutional knowledge even prior to me in the last 4 years. I'm going to talk a lot more about risk management. I know we've talked a lot about risk management over the prior year. We lost an incredible manager who oversaw that program for 17 years at Ada County. And so this team has definitely pitched together. Dr. Amy Herrig, now over at Juvenile Services, she did a fantastic job also documenting some business procedures, and that's been incredibly helpful to me as I take on this role. All of our employees, new and more senior, are faced with new learning systems, Ada Central, our NeoGov system, which is our application system. Business processes have changed. We endure quarterly updates with Ada Central. That greatly impacts us in the lead up to the testing process with those quarterly updates, as well as the process afterwards where we are dealing with the issues that we might have come across and any kind of, we call it sometimes the whack-a-mole process that we have to go through. Additionally, it's important to note that with this change, a lot of features that facets that used to be done by departments and offices moved in-house in HR. One example of that would be the processing of personnel action forms. We processed thousands in the prior system on the personnel action system that was county built. Those most generated from the department and office level. The creation of all those actions now largely center within human resources and taking on that workload. Bear in mind that also happened with staffing increases. With situations such as this, we pivot, we adopt, we are stretched, and we are creating our own HR County family. Our employees are working very hard every single day, despite some of these challenges that we are facing during this time of change and growth with such lean staffing. I'm happy to report some highlights for FY22. Ada Central, just a couple key points that I would like to call out. First off, in regards to the open enrollment and annual pay changes, last fall, we certainly were very anxious to see how that process was going to go. We are, again, the lives that we touch, our employees, their families, their dependents, 4,500 people, as well as over 2,000 personnel actions, and realizing that we were doing all of those on a new system certainly brought us some angst as we got ready for that. We are very happy to report that that went incredibly smooth and was a great process. We didn't have our bumps, and certainly there was a lot of investment in staff time in ensuring that that happened in the efficient way that it did, but it did go very well. We're very pleased with that. Tied also to Ada Central, I have the note up there in regards to benefits data exchange. As I had mentioned, a lot of features that used to be done outside of HR sometimes were done by outside vendors as well. One example deals with our data files that do transfer to all of our benefits vendors and go back and forth from the county HRS systems. That process used to be handled by a third-party vendor. So if there were any issues with that data in the exchange, which of course there are typically issues, a capitalization isn't done the right way or something is off on a social security number, that agency would help take care of rectifying those issues. That is an incredible workload time that impacts not only HR, but it does also impact the IT staff at Ada County. As we were experiencing that now coming back in under HR, certainly Amy Herrig informed me about the severity of it. Steve O'Mara, IT director, was fantastic in coming forward with some ideas and options. We partnered together, were able to solicit some information on those who do that out in the community. And this process is undergoing right now, but it is being reported as being very successful. And it is impacting our workloads and freeing up some time from some of that staff and just the heartaches as well that come with dealing with those data exchange issues across all of HR staff and several IT staff as well. Also, one other shout out for Ada Central related is the project management process that was led up by IT and Justin Gregg, the project manager over that. We have subgroups that are working on different facets and portions of the Ada Centrals that moves forward. It's very nice to see this moving in a very strategic direction, and we greatly appreciate that, and that is definitely a highlight for us. ARPA grant funding, this was definitely an area that we consider in our highlights. HR partnered with several departments and offices as well as civil, and of course she was commissioners to work on various policies and submissions for what could be reimbursed with grant funding. HR worked specifically in regards to those dealing with a budget and salary costs, ranging from everywhere: EMS, Ada County Sheriff's Office, Operations, Development Services, the TCA, as well as Juvenile Services. And then also directly to our healthcare trust, we were able to infuse nearly $1 million with from grant funds from ARPA based on our increased excess costs as related to COVID-19. We will continue to monitor that as we move forward and put in future requisitions for additional infusions from the grant funding. COVID-19, this time last year, immunizations had been around for a while. Our impacts of the workplace were decreasing. It was really looking good. We had a bright outlook, and then midsummer happens. We get to the end of summer, and we've got a big spike. This had a significant impact on all of Ada County, but also on our HR staff and helping departments and offices to mitigate the spread within their office, to manage leaves related to COVID, to help interpret CDC guidance in regards to return to work dates based on different situations. We also stood up a COVID recurring meeting that was weekly. These were incredibly helpful. In the process, I received a lot of feedback how this was helpful versus just everything going out in an email with an update. Those went out to being monthly. Huge shout out to EMS, Chief Rain, as well as Cameo Aikens on their staff, and Joe Lombardo with Emergency Management and Community Resilience. They played a key role on that as well. I have up there the employee stabilization. This phrase is an ongoing. It's a highlight in that it definitely is a significant issue that we're facing. It can always be better with a lot of different changes, but it has impacted HR as a department, as well as we're seeing those impacts countywide. PERSI, a couple of highlights there. During the current fiscal year, the legislature adopted changes to PERSI, which converted in changes for juvenile probation and detention officers at Juvenile Services and to adult probation officers and dispatchers at Sheriff's Office. These positions, starting July 1, changed to a Rule of 80 eligibility. That doesn't happen magically. There's a lot of paperwork involved and processes that happen. Our staff, as well as the appropriate staff at each of those departments and offices, processed over 155 employees for this transition to be effective. Additionally, it's an impact on Ada Central as far as ensuring that the right programming is done to handle this appropriately moving forward. I would be remiss if I didn't call out the challenges along with the highlights, since a number of our highlights this year are the challenges that we have faced. In November of 2021, we had a new position last year, an HRS analyst. That position reported to Dr. Herrig, our strategic development analyst at the time. We were able to steal away someone, Wendy McCurdy, from another government agency and fill that position. As you know, Amy has one who has left our office, fortunately retained within Ada County and doing some amazing work over at Juvenile Services. But this certainly did create challenges for us. Can't express enough appreciation for what a nice tie the bow that Amy did for us in HR. There was incredible work from our team to deal with our recruitment and selection challenges. We had a turnover in that area, and our team went all hands on deck. This is one of our areas where some of our documentation wasn't complete, hadn't been updated, needed some revision and some information that we just didn't have and we're having to learn by doing. We do appreciate the patience and understanding from our clients as they have worked with us as we tackle this challenge. Risk management, I must give a significant shout out to Donna Dana on our staff. Donna is our risk technician, and as you know, risk has had significant impacts in the last couple of years. The initiative that she takes with work is outstanding. I could not be doing what I'm doing across the entire department if it wasn't for Donna taking the lead and working on the things that she has done. It's not a minor amount of workload that she handles. Also, thanks to the PA's office and specifically civil, for their help with us in the risk management area and helping me as I'm handling this challenge that we've had. And also our vendors have also been incredible. Finally, payroll. In risk management, certainly, not having done it as the hands-on person and now in the last year being responsible for some of the audits and the reporting that we have to do. Kathleen and payroll, Amber specifically, they have been incredibly helpful in helping mine the data that's needed from payroll in order to meet those deadlines to do those various reportings. We had a significant RFP process for our TPA, for our health and medical dental vision process, and we appreciate we had a new benefits consultant this year, Murray Group, who were incredibly helpful in that regard. The picture is on purpose, by the way, up there. It kind of feels a little bit, these are our highlights, and they do feel a little bit, it feels a little stormy right now, and our staff is working incredibly hard through this change and transition, but we do feel very confident in our future and what we have to look for ahead. I am very proud of our team. Again, I want to talk about that a little bit. We had some significant workloads tackled despite our staffing levels. Again, we have been incredibly fortunate to attract such experienced people and individuals with not only just HR experience, but also government experience. We do have some vacancies that I do want to address. We currently have 4 vacancies right now. And to put that into perspective over our status, need to roll back in time in some positions that have been filled. In the fall, we lost 2 staff members in our benefits group. And then we also had a new position in our department that helped us to hire a new comp analyst. So in that one group alone, 3 new employees. That's a lot of people to onboard in that short period of time. We did also have other changes in transition in which we were trying to fill the gaps as well, and you can only onboard so many people. We are incredibly happy to report that on July 1, we will have our new risk and safety coordinator. We extended an offer in April. They will start again in July. We're very fortunate to bring someone with incredible experience, not just in risk management as a whole, but also managing risk department. They are coming from out of state, so that is some of the reason for the delay in being able to get this person on board. Again, our strategic development analyst, Amy, she moved over at the end of February. We had to put this one on pause. We could only onboard so many people at one time, and we had our HRS analyst still getting situated and learning the system. Amy did a great job completing all of our reporting, and we've had that on pause, but we are at a point we will soon be able to get that out and be doing some recruiting for that. Our recruitment and selection coordinator position has been vacant. I talked already about how we identified some processes and procedures that we needed to really make sure we understood ourselves. Otherwise, bringing in someone brand new without the appropriate documentation would make it incredibly challenging. We are close to being able to have a point to be able to move forward in hiring for that particular position. We did also have a leave administration HR generalist. That position has been vacant since May 20th of 2022. We started 2 interviews 2 weeks ago. We'll conclude in the next week or 2. We've been very fortunate. We don't have a high quantity of applicants, but the qualifications are very, very promising for us. Last year, I think we all laughed because this picture, but the hand was out a little bit higher. I will admit and disclose, HR is really doing everything they can to continue coming out of the situation that we're in and continuing to have hope for our future. But I will admit this team is truly having to be some all hands on deck and incredible hours that are being worked and workloads that everybody's carrying. That being said, our total budget request, as Kathleen mentioned, the $2.26 million total. Our increases largely are due to the 2 positions that we are requesting. We have heard the messaging you've given us in regards to if you have your vacancies, why are you asking for positions? What we do know is we analyze whether we could reclassify some of those positions, and it simply couldn't happen. Additionally, we are operating at a truly transactional level, and we are barely keeping up with the number of transactions that we have to do. If we don't add these positions in this next year, I'm very concerned that we'll continue to have real challenges in keeping a satisfied workforce within the HR department, being able to handle the workloads that we have. In regards to which positions we landed on, what I will say is, again, original requests that we had when I briefed you probably at my last quarterly meeting, it looked like we were going to be putting in for 4 positions, and we did enter those into PBS. We heard the messaging, please give some consideration. So we went back to the drawing board. I wish I had the cool icon like Tony Geddes had yesterday with the eraser thing, because that would be fun. I did go and peel out the 2 positions, but our 2 remaining positions are a recruitment position. We have a recruitment and selection coordinator function within HR, but that is truly coordination. They are processing paperwork and helping to ensure all the applications are in, that we're doing our selection processes, we're doing the background checks, drug testing, any specific requests needed based on a department or office need. We do need a recruiter position to work at a higher strategic level. Areas where we are limited in being able to provide much help is in recruitment guidance to departments and offices when they have a particular position they're having a hard time filling. Social media, there's lots of opportunities with better use of social media, training our own staff, and how they can use their social media as well to be recruiters themselves. As Assessor McQuaid said yesterday, we just can't ignore the social media piece, and there's an opportunity to do a lot more work in our recruiting with the social media. One thing about recruitment, I started my career in '96 as a technical recruiter, and I can say for all of our professions, one thing that changes every single day, because there's so many factors that influence, is the work and strategies of recruiters. And at Ada County, where we have coordinators handling transactional work, as well as it being more of an entry-level type of position, we don't have the resources to provide the level of advice to Ada County to truly become more strategic in our recruitment initiatives. We did also put in for the risk management technician. Again, Ada County, we are self-funded for our workers' comp, auto, general liability. We procure additional insurances for other property and events. It's a $15 million risk fund that we manage. Additionally, we do insurance coverage reviews. We issue certificates of financial responsibility. There's also the auto collisions, the property damage, the vouchers. In the last month, a couple of samples. There was an issue with a bull being loose out in Eagle, and sheriff's deputy car gets the bull stopped. What does the bull do? The bull horns the vehicle. So that doesn't magically get repaired or the bills paid or the transactions processed to ensure that we're handling things appropriately in risk management. Landfill, we've had 2 kiosk issues out there, debris damage and citizen damage to the kiosk. Those things don't just happen magically. And again, Donna's done an amazing job managing the workload that she has. But we really do not have any relief factor in that position. And even with bringing on the coordinator role, there is still additional relief factor that's needed based on the work that's done there. To offer a couple comparisons, in 2006, when I came to HR from the sheriff's office, there were 5 risk employees at that time. So right now we're at a position of just 2. This would then offer us 3. Comparing over to the city of Boise, and again, pretty close reference as far as number of employees, 7 in their risk management department. So we have a lot of opportunity to do a better job with that important function at Ada County. The total cost, loaded cost for this position, $73,552. So what's next? I want to speak to what I see based on the horizon from what I know today. First, the employment stabilization in HR is absolutely my number 1 goal. We need all of our positions filled, onboarded, and trained. We also need to complete ensuring that our business processes are clearly outlined and documented. I mentioned a few areas today where we identified workloads being added to HR without additional staff or documentation, and we definitely need to clearly understand this better in order to even begin to move forward from transactional HR work to strategic HR work. With such change, we definitely are revisiting our mission, vision, values, and also want to work on our culture within HR. We have such an amazing staff on board, and I really want to make sure that we do the right things to help retain such great talent. Risk management, I won't speak anymore, but that is absolutely one of my top priorities in the next couple months to make sure we onboard our new coordinator appropriately and have that program well managed. We've had others across the county really needing some additional services that we simply don't have the bandwidth to be able to do at this time. Total reward strategy development, including countywide partners, both compensation as far as the pay side and the benefit side. There's much more opportunity right now. We are very responsive to the demands that we receive. In this year's budget process alone, we received 555 proposed changes. Year-round, mid-years, we're always doing work on our compensation. However, we are limited in our abilities to move forward and being more strategic, and that is definitely something that we want to work on changing. Recruiting, I've already talked about that. And ensuring that we have the capacity for the workloads that we do need to do. I do want to address our turnover again. We have had turnover and we are working hard to fill some of our vacancies. Unfortunately, it takes time to onboard and you can only onboard so many at one time. I'm concerned it won't stop if we don't get HR adequately staffed and get some relief for our current team members. We are keeping up barely with our core HR operations, but I do have several team members who are working nights and a lot of times some weekends as well, just to keep their heads above water. Donna is an example. If she's off for a day, I guarantee you she's jumping on for at least an hour and taking care of certain things that have come in to make sure that nothing drops through. She goes above and beyond to help me in that regard. We are at a point where taking time just for interviewing and onboarding new people is even a luxury for us that we really have to weigh against all of our other demands to make sure that we're responding to the requests on us. As you know, we've been lean for a long time, And so just first and foremost, that's what I asked for in the position for this year in the budget is really consideration for those staffing positions. I feel very confident we'll be able to have our new hires on board soon and be able to fill the additional positions in the fiscal year. That really concludes the focus in regards to HR's budget itself. Every year we do include a slide here for you to give you consideration of the history of the county personnel COLA and merit increases. This chart we had last year, obviously without FY22. FY22 last year was a 2% COLA, 2% merit. In preparation for this year's budget process, our comp and benefits manager reached out to our peer government agencies a couple months ago to ask what were their projections. Now, some of them, we have some new information from Headline News as well as some of their meetings. Others have meetings this month as well to figure these things out. But I just want to report back what information we received in response to our requests. City of Boise, 5.9% COLA. We've seen the headlines this week. Indeed, it did go as the 5.9 COLA. City of Meridian, they responded a couple months ago, 7 to 8% COLA. Spoke with their HR director about 2 weeks ago. It sounds like it's probably on the 8%.
Bethany, do you have a slide on this or something you could give us?
I can give you a report. Yes, thank you. Yes, it's in my notes here, but I'm happy to give you a report of this information. City of Nampa, they responded to us with 5% COLA. The state of Idaho, this is one that certainly got some headlines. Their 7% overall budget increase. How that worked out in application was 3% across the board increases, plus an average of $125 per hour for merit-based increases. So that means some got less than $125, some got more. But the across the board was the 3%. Additionally, the City of Boise responded that they had additional funding of 1.5% for ongoing market rate adjustments. And again, a strategy that I think is worth us continuing to explore, where we could be working year-round on assessing our market rates and any compression issues that we need to address in the fiscal year. The City of Meridian also is another agency that has that strategy of a placeholder. They have about $718,000 in their current year, and they are continuing to have that strategy moving forward and putting allocations aside for adjustments throughout the year. Last year, one initiative that you asked for us to look at was positions under $15 per hour. Many of those were accomplished in the last year's budget process, some in the mid-year. With all the submissions that we have received, if those increases are approved, it does appear that we will have all positions over the $15 per hour, at least no lower for sure than 15. But at my review of it yesterday, again, I think all will be slightly over. Of note, you probably saw it in the headline, City of Boise, they just elevated their minimum to $16.50 per hour. And finally, as you consider the ongoing A-budget costs, one factor too that we try to bring back to you as well as what is the cost of turnover at Ada County. We wish we had the abilities to evaluate every single position because we could really fine tune better what that exact cost is. But figures from organization SHRM is one that gives us some good figures. In general, it's been around 30 to 33%. The recommendation, most recent, 33% of the compensation of your turnover of your talent. In working with some of our consultants in the industry, they are commenting that based on the economy, the talent crunch that we're in, and what's happening with wages everywhere, is that is looking to getting closer to a 40% split. We ran data for June of 2020 to June of 2021. We had, according to the report that we pulled, had 369 employees separate from Ada County in that time period. The total unloaded salaries for those employees was just under $20 million. So utilizing 33 to 40, that means approximately an estimated ballpark cost. Again, these could be different based on each position and the exact nature of the retraining for a position. But just in general, 6.5 million to 8 million if you use a common standard percentage breakdown. An average service of those who left in the last couple of years, in the last year, I thought was interesting. It was 7.25 years. And we've commonly talked about how people hit the 5-year mark, they vest with Percy. 7, they're just hitting a sweet spot, rolling on, especially with some of the more advanced types of positions. And so that is an average figure of what we saw with everyone who departed last year. So that being said, that's the end of my presentation for today. I appreciate the dialogue and discussion that has been had this year leading up to the budget presentations in regards to more work on the merit and COLA and the efforts by the department heads and elected officials to try and come together and come up with some consensus in regards to the desires across the county. Thank you very much, Commissioners. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Bethany. We appreciate your efforts with the HR department. I know that's a heavy slog, and you're doing a great job with it from my perspective. I did have one question. You indicated that there's 155 people are going to be shifting over to the Rule of 80. Do you have the cost to the county and the new cost to the employees?
I do not have the exact cost figure, however, we could run that for you, absolutely.
Well, I think it's an appropriate figure to run, mainly because the legislature set that for us, and so that's another unfunded mandate that the legislature gave us. And furthermore, will you have some sort of an educational effort, because those 155 employees are going to have a larger person contribution?
Sure.
And do they know that?
Chairman, Commissioners, great question. I have met with the Juvenile Services Director, and she has advised that during the legislature, she did communications with her staff and started some of that dialogue and discussion. I know that this also is something that Sheriff's Office definitely takes very seriously and works very hard in regards to education with their staff, and I'm confident in regards to the education that has been happening with that. It was one of the questions when I met with Director Tate from Juvenile Services, and I asked her, are your employees understanding what it might mean in regards to take-home pay? And that's when she advised she'd been doing a lot of dialogue and discussion, as well as communications to employees to ensure that individuals were ready for this.
Well, I'd appreciate it if you could put together that information on the additional cost that the county will be responsible for, and that the employees will have to have, because that is an unfunded mandate.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So we are meeting, the department heads and elected officials, for lunch today to discuss COLA, merit, salary adjustments, et cetera. Could you get that information that you talked about to us
You bet.
before then? Okay, great.
For sure.
And then, obviously, I know you're like trying to keep your head above water here. Would it be prudent to plug in some money for possible professional consultants? You know, HR is an area that there are professional consultants out there that can come in, short of trying to, with this tight labor market, just to make sure that we're able to provide the services that we need to.
Absolutely. Chairman, Commissioners, that is one factor that I was asked to consider during the preparation of my budget this year. Is as I looked at what positions, is that something that potentially I could utilize some consultants in the area to help with that, or have individuals come in on the B budget side? I do think that that is a good option. Certainly, I would welcome any additional funding in order to add that in. It would absolutely help us with where we are at this point with the cycle of HR.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would feel a little bit more comfortable if you'd go ahead and plug in either 50 or 100,000 into this presentation today, and then that gives us a chance to deliberate that next week. If it's not in here, we don't really take it up, and I think it's a discussion that's worthy, especially you're down about 5 or 6 positions right now, so. Yeah.
Chairman, Commissioners,
Appreciate
thank you
that.
very much. Thank you, Commissioner Kenny.
Okay. Commissioner Davidson, do you have
Well, thanks for your presentation, and, I know it's been a challenging year, especially for your department. I mean, how does this year, the job market this year, compare to what you've seen throughout your career?
This is absolutely the hardest job market in my experience. I will flash back to, it was a different environment, started off in the tech industry. Today's day reminds me of in the tech world, working in Oregon in the tech centers, you went to job fairs, you were elbowing each other, you were literally fighting to get talent. And this is the closest to feeling that way again that I've had in my time in Ada County. We've had fluctuations in unemployment, but the amount of investment by other organizations in the compensation to draw people away that are currently working is incredible. And we're not only seeing that where our own staff, we're seeing turnover going to the private sector and citing reasons being wages. We are also seeing it within Ada County, that elbow and fight kind of thing. We are seeing more internal transfers across the county than I've seen in my time in just a short period of time here at Ada County. So individuals are looking for the additional compensation and career development.
So if we get a new recruiter, it's really going to have to be somebody that goes above and beyond to compete and help us fill these positions.
Absolutely. It's and the way that you do those recruiting initiatives and the strategic side of things really kind of change with the times, but they will have a big job to fill in regards to being able to do that on their own, as well as the training initiatives to really help our own employees develop as recruiters themselves.
So, you talked about wages, and, last year we were, really focused on trying to bring up the low-wage earning employees to over $15 an hour, and now it looks like we got there, but I'm just worried that with this economy, are we even keeping pace at 15 now? What's your projections for the future?
Oh, I think all of us, the figures we've looked at, the 8% inflation situation, we fully recognize every single employee is impacted by it. Our lower income wage earners, is really making a difference between putting food on a table, medication that they need to get, and the gas to get to work. It is absolutely something that I don't think that we can ignore. We have been in general conservative at Ada County to begin with, and I do think this is where heading forward, continuing to look at how we view the bottom end of our wages. There's been conversations over the year in the years looking at living wage pieces. I don't think we can ever stop in regards to evaluating our compensation and where it is that we have our low end of positions, both on our entry-level positions, but also, Tony Geddes, and I'm sure later today from Prosecutor Bennett's, you'll hear attorneys. That's another area that we're seeing just, people coming right out of law school making more than, some of our attorneys who've been here for many, many years. That challenge is going to continue to impact them significantly, but that same message is happening across the county for all positions too.
So for the employee turnover do you get reports from departments about whether that's related to salary?
We do an exit survey, but we do hear directly from our departments and offices. They'll let us know when they are citing it being a reason dealing with compensation. And we have had our consultants doing some follow-up meetings with people to better understand the situation and have the real anecdotal information from the employee who's separating directly.
Do you have any thoughts about, what the actual cost is to the county to lose somebody and then rehire somebody versus keeping somebody on?
I wish I had the actual cost. That would be something that, in an ideal world, you would actually analyze a position, look at how many people are training them, what's the compensation of the person that's training them, how much time is it that they're away from doing regular work because they're so busy training the other person. We simply don't have those figures, so at this point we have to utilize the benchmark of that 33, and then anecdotally what we're hearing from some of the consultants that we do work with, up to the 40% in our current economy.
Well, thank you for all your good work.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you very much for the
Thanks,
opportunity.
Bethany.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Procurement is led by Director Bob Perkins and performs essential procurement services for all Ada County offices and departments. In accordance with the board's procurement policy, they are responsible for procurement of all county supplies, equipment, services, and construction in excess of $7,500. Procurement also is responsible for the disposition of county surplus. Procurement's mission is to secure the maximum value for each taxpayer dollar. They do this by instituting efficient internal processes and best practices combined with outreach efforts to help local businesses understand the county's procurement needs. Since 2019, procurement annually averages $30 million in spend, 6,000 purchase orders, 84 major projects, and $66,000 in surplus auction proceeds back to the county. Procurement is a department within the current expense fund, part of the 3% cap. Their budget for FY23 was submitted at $859,225, $274,249 over their appropriation total. Personnel supplementals include 2 new positions for a fleet manager and a buyer at a cost of $172,477, and 4 special salary adjustments and promotion for $19,601. There are several operating supplementals. Most of these are one-time. The buyer's computer equipment for $5,290. The office equipment for the buyer, $1,350. Fleet manager software subscription, $50,000. Fleet manager computer equipment, $5,290. Fleet manager office equipment, $1,350. And then ongoing costs for the fleet manager training and certification of $10,000, and the fleet manager software annual maintenance of $10,000. Below you can see the budget to actual history from FY18 to 23, and then the number of staff from the same time period. At this point, I'd like to introduce Bob Perkins, who will present the purchasing budget. or procurement, excuse me. I'm old school, I've been here too long.
Welcome, Bob.
Morning, Bob.
I'd like to put a request into all future presenters, give us a little time. We're on a real tight schedule today, so give us a little time for questions.
Okay, will do. I'll run through this fairly quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Well, good morning, and thank you for your time this morning. Really appreciate it. I look forward to walking you through the Procurement Department's budget for FY23. But before I do that, I would like to take this opportunity to thank a few folks. I would like to thank the board for all your help and support. You are our biggest champions for procurement. You give us all the resources we need to do the job we need to do.
Did you bring us a trophy?
I did not bring a trophy today, nope.
These days we'll get one.
Maybe.
So thank you. And also thank you for consideration of merit or COLA, whatever that looks like this year. I know my employees really appreciate the effort you're making towards that, so thank you for that. I also want to thank Chief Operating Officer Steve Rutherford and the board staff for all that they do for us all through the year, so thank you. And a quick shout out to the HR department. They do such a wonderful job in our request. We asked them to do some market research for us, and they came back and were able to get that back really quickly for us. So thank you to Bethany and Andrea for doing that. And I also want to thank Phil's office for all the budget help. Kathleen, Tim, Debbie, and Kobe, thank you so much. You guys did a wonderful job in helping me out. And also a huge thanks to the Prosecuting Attorney's Office. Jan and Heather have an amazing group of attorneys that help us out quite a lot, and we lean on them heavily. So thank you. And just to our clients that we help out every single day, they're truly a pleasure to work with, and we're thankful for that. And then lastly, I want to thank my procurement team. They are just an amazing group of talented professionals. They make our job seem easy, and I can assure you it's not. So a few things I want to cover today in my presentation, and the first is what we do in procurement. Then I want to cover our mission and core values, our vision and goals, our accomplishments, and then finally I want to get into our budget request. So what do we do in procurement? So procurement has a unique opportunity to work with every office and department in the county. Our responsibilities include guiding offices and departments through the complex maze of procurement processes. We also maintain ethical and impartial relations with our business partners. We also assist offices and departments in solving problems. So our workday looks different each day we walk through the door. Each day brings a new challenge and a new opportunity to help. Whether it be procuring day-to-day office supplies or taking on a more challenging role of navigating federal requirements. My staff is always ready to accept the task at hand. So this year, we are on track to spend $55 million in procurement with a 6.7% average savings on our projects. So when we equate that to dollars, that's about $3.7 million in savings we are on track to save this year. For comparison in spend, in FY20, we spent $30.2 million. In FY21, we spent $33.3 million. So this year will be far and away our biggest spend year. And next year will even be more because we have the looming ARPA projects, construction projects on the way. So some notable projects from 2022 is Dottie finally got her coroner's office. So that's in construction and is currently slated for completion in 2023. We have 5 ARPA projects in the works right now. The Barber Park and Pathway Bridges is in construction and will have big improvements for path access and also bridge crossings. I want to make mention about Ada County operations. They continue to make improvements back into our buildings with new HVAC, flooring, and roof replacements. And this last year, the county hired a fleet management consultant. The company is called CST. And they have met with our offices and departments and finished an initial report. They are currently putting the finishing touches on that, on their recommendations for best practices, and a report will be forthcoming. So, as notable as some of those projects are, FY22 was a very challenging year, and it continues to be so. Some of the challenges faced this year include supply chain challenges in every commodity sector. You heard Director O'Mara speak about that the other day in his presentation. And operations continues to feel the effects of delays in construction materials for their projects. $94 million in ARPA projects equates to increased workloads for my staff. It also is continued understanding and interpretation of federal requirements. CPI increased last week significantly to 8.6. That's a 40-year high in the CPI. This has led to higher prices across all commodities and services. Shipping delays continue to be a disruption to our supply chain. And our hope is that we move through and towards FY23, that some of these become less impactful. So moving on to our mission and values. Our mission in procurement is to secure the best value for the county and to be prudent with taxpayer dollars. We do this by investing in our core values, which are integrity, trust, value, and accountability. Each day, my staff walks through the doors, purpose-driven to these missions and values. They find ways to make sure the county is getting the best value and with the highest level of professionalism. So our vision and goal in just about everything we do is to work towards excellence. We do this by continuing to look at how we do things, and we make improvements as we go along. You've heard me mention this before, but one of my favorite Mark Twain quotes goes something along the lines of, continuous improvement is better than delayed perfection. And how do we go about doing this? Well, we meet as a team every other month to discuss ways we can improve processes, how we can improve solicitations, or how we can improve file management and client relations. It's an open forum on improvement, and what we do is we catalog the issue, and as a group decide what the best course forward would be for that issue. It's been instrumental in our professional growth, and we continue to utilize that process. So I want to touch on some of our accomplishments. Ada County Procurement has had several staff that have been awarded awards over the years, including 3 of our employees that have been awarded the Frank Pierce Founders Award for Distinguished Service. 2 of our employees have been awarded Idaho Buyer of the Year Award. In 2019, we were awarded the Champions of Change Award for our work in procurement legislation. And when it comes to being professionally certified, 4 of our employees hold the CPPB certification, 1 of our employees with the CPPO certification, and 2 of our employees hold the NIGP CPP certification. So our employees are actively engaged in professional organizations as well. 2 of our employees are board members with the Idaho Public Purchasing Association. 1 employee sits as member advisory to the National Cooperative Purchasing Partners, and 1 of the employees sits as chapter ambassador with the National Institute for the Governmental Purchasing, and 1 employee sits on the ISM's Report on Business. However, last year we achieved a milestone in recognition. Ada County Procurement was awarded the prestigious National Procurement Institute Achievement of Excellence in Procurement for 2021. We were the first governmental agency in the state of Idaho to win this award, and only one of 182 agencies across the United States and Canada to be recognized with this achievement. We were judged on 18 best practices and were measured by our demonstration of exceeding the highest standards in innovation, professionalism, productivity, e-procurement, and leadership. This award really sums up the dedication my staff has towards being the best that we can be. So also want to quickly mention some highlights from this last year. We were ecstatic to bring back the vendor fair this year. COVID or not, we were determined to make this event happen, and my staff rose to the occasion and were able to bring back the vendor fair this last year. The reuse event was held recently, and that's where we accept used and unused office supplies and reallocate them back into the county to other offices and departments that may not have the depth of supplies that they need. And so we were able to reallocate $1,500 in supplies that otherwise would go unutilized. Another highlight I would like to showcase is our Ada County Marketplace. The Ada County Board of Commissioners wanted a better way of handling our surplus. And so they tasked procurement, operations, and the IT department to stand up a website to make available used office equipment and furniture for other offices and departments. And I'm happy to report that Ada County Marketplace continues to be utilized. And this year, year to date, we've reallocated $37,000 worth of office equipment and furniture that would typically just go to auction before our offices and departments had an opportunity to take a look at it. For comparison, last year at this time, we had only done $11,000 in reallocations. So it's being utilized quite a bit, and our offices and departments have a better way of streamlining their surplus and saving money. In addition to these highlights, I want to point out that procurement also has a very successful fall and spring internship program with Boise State University. We also participate in conducting training and outreach with Idaho Association of Counties and Boise State University. And we also help other counties and cities and taxing districts with their procurement questions. And sometimes they even come over and job shadow with us to kind of see how we do things here. I also want to mention the success of cooperative purchasing here at the county. So in 2019, legislation was passed that allows political subdivisions to utilize cooperative purchasing. These contracts save time, man hours, and tax dollars and are a valuable tool in our procurement toolbox. Ada County is a member to many cooperative purchasing organizations that allow the county access to nationally competed contracts that have the direct benefit of economy of scale. So in other words, Ada County gets the same discount as even the largest cities and counties in the nation. The use of cooperative contracting has increased since 2019. In FY20, we spent $1.1 million on cooperative contracting, FY21, $4 million, and so far in FY22, year to date, $3.4 million. So in a nutshell, cooperative contracts help us get to the right business partner at the right time and for less dollars. So getting to my budget request. Over the last few years, procurement has been able to keep a flat budget. We typically don't have many asks. This year is different. It is different in the fact that we quite simply are being tasked to do more, to learn more, to take on more, and to do it with the same resources. So A budget-wise this year, our A budget comes in at $507,413. Our B budget is at $77,563 for a total of $584,976. It is, if not the smallest budget, it's pretty darn close to the smallest budget in the county. I think Bob McQuaid would equate it to budget dust, but we do have some supplementals. A budget supplemental for $192,078 for 4 market adjustments and 1 promotion. I'm also asking for a new buyer position and a fleet manager position. And I'm also requesting B budget supplementals to support those 2 new positions for $83,280. And then lastly, we have a capital improvement project for an HR and procurement wall for $153,000. So let's talk a little bit about the supplementals. So HR completed a market analysis for procurement, and based on their analysis, I'm recommending 4 special salary adjustments to address the market gaps, and 1 promotion to account for the increased workload and responsibilities of this position. Also, we are now at the point where I have to ask for a buyer position. The last few years, we've squeaked by, and we're able to do the work we need to do without it, but we really need this position to help out our procurement officers. Also, we need this position to help us with our succession planning. So a buyer position is that first level entry into procurement. And so that really starts the basis for our succession planning. The buyer would come in, they would learn government procurement, they would shadow our procurement officers, and they would learn all that we would need to learn to be able to move them into a procurement officer position in the future. It's really difficult to be able to find a procurement professional out on the street that has those same skills. So the other thing I mentioned earlier is that the county budgeted to hire a fleet management consulting firm to assess the county's fleet. One of the first recommendations by CST, the firm the county hired, was to hire a fleet manager to help guide the county towards better fleet management. This position, along with the B budget to support it, is the first step in moving the county along a better path for fleet management. Right now, there's no comprehensive strategic approach to how we buy vehicles, how we manage and pool vehicles, or how we even surplus vehicles. For example, we still have 1990 era vehicles in our fleet, which is amazing to me. So this position will be the catalyst for the change in our vehicle strategy. Along with the new positions is one-time and ongoing operating expenses related to the positions, such as one-time expense for office and computer equipment, and then we have ongoing expenses for fleet management software and the maintenance and support to go along with that. And then also ongoing expense for fleet management professional development certification to get that individual up to a very high professional level. In addition to the supplementals, I have a capital improvement request that comes by way of myself and HR Director Bethany Calley. HR and procurement share open office space on the second floor in room 2210 of the courthouse. It has been this way for some time due to an office layout dating back to 2006. While the sharing of resources works okay for the time being, there's concern for business and employee privacy between the two departments. HR truly needs to have their own area, their own space. They work with a bunch of employee-sensitive information that we in procurement just don't need to overhear or by happen chance come across. So a permanent wall that would be constructed between the two departments would help alleviate some of these concerns. So I have a slide up there, and if you see the red outline, that is where, this red outline here is where HR is at, and the orange outline is where procurement is at. And right now, that whole area is open, and what we're contemplating is building a wall between where the red line and the orange lines come together. And so that's where the wall would go out. Again, right now, that whole area is completely open. So that concludes
I'm
my...
sorry, Mr. Chair. Bob, what was that amount? It's not on the cover sheet here.
Oh, it's $153,000 for the, or excuse me, $153,000 for the wall.
Okay, and that's in your budget, not in ops?
I believe that's where it would lie, yes. So
Okay. Okay, we'll add that. Thanks.
you're welcome. So that concludes my budget presentation, and happy to stand for any questions.
Okay. Well, thanks for your presentation. Appreciate the work that you do as our procurement division, because we're doing a lot of procuring.
Yes, we are doing a
And
lot.
it looks like we're going to be doing more procuring. So appreciate all the hard work and efforts that you do. I don't have any questions unless does one of our commissioners have
Yeah,
questions?
just a quick comment. Thank you for all your work that you do with the CQI efforts. I think that continuous quality improvement is a model that we should all adopt throughout the culture. And I'm looking at Steve Rutherford to maybe do some department head training around that, and you could possibly help with that. I think that'd be a great step. I also want to thank you with the fleet management efforts. I know that this has been about a 2-year effort now, and I'm sure that we're going to save money if we adopt this approach. So I think we look at a small cost now to save a lot of money in the long run. So thank you for that.
Great, well, thank you, appreciate it.
Commissioner Davidson, do you have any questions?
Well, thanks for all your great work. I really appreciate your department. Everything seems to always unsmoothly out of your office. So, and I appreciate you moving ahead to the future with, advocating for these new positions because, we're just exploding in population and building costs. And boy, 150,000 for a wall, it just always blows my mind, the cost of commercial construction. I mean, that was the cost of a house in Ada County a few years ago. So, but maybe you could talk a little bit about how the cost of commercial construction has gone up for us.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson. So, cost of materials is just skyrocketing. Cost of labor is skyrocketing. All that combined together is not only for this wall, but it's for all of our construction. I think we've seen through this last year what we've budgeted for in the previous year for construction projects, only to be surprised about the bids that we get back for our construction projects. It's I've never seen anything like it as far as the inflated costs for what it costs to build these days. When I said earlier that my hope is that we get back to less impactful times, that's one of those things I hope is less impactful this next year is the cost of what it costs to do construction. So unfortunately, that's the reality of where we're at today.
Yeah. Well, and also I like the Ada Marketplace program you came up with and the reuse fair and the vendor fairs. I think that's all great and saving us money. And I was curious if I challenged you to find all the new office equipment for these 2 new positions from surplus. Do you think you'd be able to do that?
Yep, that's the first place we would look. Since we run that marketplace, we're always kind of looking for things anyhow. So that'll be the first place we look.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time.
All right, well, thank you.
Well, thank you, Bob.
All right, well, thanks, Commissioners. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. All right, in recognition of the clerk's challenge program, where they rent water, we'll take about a 15-minute break. We'll start again promptly at 10:15, because we've got a whole room of sheriffs wanting to talk to us. Is our controller ready to go?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're ready. Go.
Go. The sheriff is one of 7 constitutionally elected offices within Ada County. Sheriff Matthew Clifford is the elected official responsible for the sheriff's office and the Emergency Communications Fund. The Ada County Sheriff's Office is Idaho's largest law enforcement organization, where each employee works every day to make Ada County a safer place to live, work, and play. The sheriff's office has 5 bureaus: police, jail, court, administrative, and emergency communications, with a total of 809 authorized positions. The Jail Services Bureau has 171 sworn deputies and 92 professional employees who manage the Ada County Jail, Idaho's largest and most secure jail facility, with the capacity to hold 1,224 inmates. Most inmates are housed in a dorm setting, with higher-risk inmates placed in a more secure closed custody units. The jail has a fully functioning medical clinic staffed by licensed healthcare workers. The jail also has inmate staff kitchen and laundry facilities. The Court Services Bureau has 67 sworn deputies and 65 professional employees and runs a variety of public safety programs in concert with the Jail Services Bureau, including alternate sentencing, misdemeanor probation, pretrial services, court security, and inmate transports. The employee training and civil services units are also part of the Court Services Bureau. The Police Services Bureau has 159 commissioned deputies and supervisors and 18 professional employees who provide direct police services to all unincorporated areas of Ada County and the cities of Eagle, Cuna, and Star. Deputies protect 1,060 square miles of land and patrol more than 3,000 miles of roads in Ada County. The Police Services Bureau also includes persons and property crimes detectives, narcotics officers, school resource officers, and specialty units like K-9, SWAT, and Marine Patrol. The Administrative Services Bureau has 142 professional employees and includes human resources, finance, property and evidence, data analytics and intelligence, and victim services. The Bureau also runs the Ada County Sheriff's Office Records Department, driver's license services, concealed weapons and sex offender registration, and manages the vehicle fleet. The Emergency Communications Bureau has 81 professional employees. The dispatchers at Ada County's state-of-the-art Emergency 911 Dispatch Center manage all public calls for service and coordinate all police, fire, and emergency medical service movement within Ada County. Dispatchers handle 3,900 I can't say this number for some reason, I'm sorry. 394,588 total requests for services in 2021, including 185,766 911 calls, 235,422 non-emergency dispatch calls, and 400 text to 911 requests for services. The Bureau also holds the Community Information Unit, which manages all media relations, community outreach, and education. This unit also fielded 5,571 public information requests in 2021. The Emergency Communication Fund accounts for the initiation, maintenance, and enhancement of Ada County's 911 communication system. Each citizen pays a monthly $1 fee for each phone line they have, which provides funding for the Ada County's 911 emergency dispatch system. Ada County voters have approved the fee, which pays for 11 employees. The Sheriff's Office is a department within the current expense fund, part of the 3% cap. Their budget submitted for FY23 is $101,980,803, $7,452,771 above their appropriation total. In the personnel side, supplementals, they have 20 new positions. So within the Jail Services Bureau, the 20 new positions overall is cost of $1,794,911. Within Jail Services, 2 central control support supervisors and 2 jail ed specialists. Within Patrol, 3 patrol deputies, a Health and Welfare Director, a CIT deputy, and social worker. Within Court Services Bureau, 4 courthouse deputies, CTC deputy, pretrial supervisor, and case manager. misdemeanor probation officer and alert, and an alternate sentencing case manager. Also included in the personnel supplementals was a COLA merit for the pay plans of $1,899,288. This is the cost of what that COLA merit would be for the pay plans, and we would take that out, considering whatever COLA merit would be considered for the county. Expo Idaho with staffing, $93,198. On the operating side, we have supplementals for equipment for the new positions, $472,204. Ongoing costs there, $17,465. One-time, $454,739. Contracted court security, ongoing, $755,570. Inflationary costs related to fuel, $425,537 ongoing. Inflationary costs related to food, $259,871 ongoing. And then contract nursing, this was an ARPA request, $1,752,192. I think there's consideration for increases to employees rather than this, and then having something as contingency associated with this. 5-year budget to actual history from FY18 to current and the number of employees. And then we'll go to emergency communications real quick here. They are a self-supported fund. The budget submitted for FY23, $9,138,905, $1,619,102 above their adopted budget. Increased revenue and use of fund balance is supporting that. Budget to actual history and the number of employees are listed here. And it's my pleasure to introduce Sheriff Matthew Clifford, who will kick us off with these budgets.
Welcome to our room, Sheriff Clifford.
Well, thank you for having me.
You're familiar with this room?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yes, you are. You were appointed in this room a year, not even quite a year ago, and I think you've held up to our expectations very well, because your department is a very important department for the county. It's one of the most important things that government can do is to provide a safe environment for our citizens. So I thank you for that. So go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Kathleen, for the introduction. Good afternoon, Chairman Beck, County Commissioners, employees, and everybody joining us online. Today's the day we get to share with you some of the great work the men and women of the Ada County Sheriff's Office do every day. I'm proud to stand before you and represent our more than 800 hardworking and dedicated employees. In a few moments, you'll hear from each of our 5 bureau directors and get a closer look at how we are involved at every step of the criminal justice process. It takes an incredible team of men and women to carry out the many functions of the Sheriff's Office. Our vision to be the agency of choice is the purpose behind everything we do. It keeps us moving forward, and this is our why. To say that agency of choice often sounds strange because you don't choose who picks up the dispatch phone, you don't choose what jail you go to, and you don't choose which officer comes to your house. But we are the largest agency in the state, and we strive to have our outside stakeholders and other agencies all over the state choose us for assistance and advice. Our values, integrity, service, dedication, and attitude outline how we strive to accomplish our vision. They are the foundation for how we care for the citizens we serve and each other. This is our how. The ultimate result is our mission, to make safer places for you to live, work, and play. So we have our why, our how, and this is the result we get for the public. It's no secret that our population here in Ada County and surrounding Treasure Valley communities continues to grow. Along with the growing population comes the increasingly difficult tasks of keeping crime low while maintaining our close connection with the community. Since 2010, our county's population has grown 35.8%. The growth in our county has a direct impact on the services we provide and the resources, staffing, space, and equipment we need to fulfill our responsibility to public safety. The growth we are experiencing is not contained just to Ada County. The most recent numbers from the Census Bureau show that by percentage, the state of Idaho has experienced the highest rate of growth of any state in the union. New residents are primarily coming from our neighboring states, with California, Oregon, and Washington contributing to nearly 50% of Idaho's newest citizens. In order to maintain our culture, we must be vigilant. Nearly 7 in 10 new residents to the area are over age 55. Idaho has and continues to be one of the youngest states in the nation, but trends like this will change the population makeup of our state and county. Expectations of service can increase, requiring us to be more proactive and available. The Boise metropolitan area continues to have one of the lowest violent and property crime rates in the country when compared to the cities of comparable size. This low crime rate is among the many reasons why so many people are choosing to move here. Low crime rates are the result of the hard work of law enforcement, along with a positive working relationship with the community. So if you look at the cities of Salt Lake, Spokane, Seattle, and Portland, which we often compare ourselves to, you have Portland with 26, Seattle has 34, Spokane with 38, and we sit at 14.25. In addition to low crime rates, new movers to Idaho cite a desire to be closer to family, retirement, and a change in lifestyle as leading reasons for choosing the Gem State. People are choosing to come to Idaho not just because they're trying to get away from something. They're choosing Idaho because we are still a safe place to live, a great place to raise a family, and a community of people who genuinely care about one another. The mission of the Sheriff's Office goes hand in hand with why we are among the fastest growing communities in the country. Every employee of the Ada County Sheriff's Office is committed to making safer places to live, work, and play. It's the men and women of the ACSO that make that work possible. I'm honored to work alongside these dedicated people every day. Our employees are efficient, caring, and clever, but it gets to the point where there are many more people that move here that can't keep up, we all lose. And I'd like to avoid that. While all of the employees do an incredible job, I do want to take a moment to recognize a few members of the team whose heroic acts went above and beyond the call of duty, and it's not just our sworn deputies either. Any of our employees could be in a position to provide life-changing help to someone in need. I presented the Sheriff's Star to Deputy Michael Henderson for his role in helping save Deputy Brandon Austin's life. Michael was the first to arrive to Brandon after he was shot, putting himself in danger to get Brandon to paramedics immediately. Deputies Dylan Sklar and Sean Dalrymple earned their Sheriff's Star when they jumped into a frozen pond on February 6th of this year and swam through frigid water to save a woman who had just crashed her SUV and spun onto the ice-covered surface. She was in shock and wouldn't have been able to get out if not for those deputies who may still feel a little chilly today. I also awarded the Sheriff's Star to Deputy Brian Orcutt. Brian put himself in danger when he was involved in the pursuit of a man firing a gun into traffic. The man shot at Brian when he got out of his patrol vehicle. Brian kept his composure and directed other deputies and officers to find and arrest him without further incident. Tara Wright, an HR specialist, not a deputy, was at an Idaho Steelheads game when she heard about a shooting in the Grove. Tara ran outside and started doing emergency first aid on a man who had been shot without knowing who did it or why, putting herself in harm's way. Our employees are a constant source of inspiration for me, and I feel privileged to lead the agency. At this time, I'd like to introduce Chief Deputy Justin Dussault, who will talk about our Police Services Bureau.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning, Chairman Beck, Commissioners. I'm Justin Dussault, speaking on behalf of Captain Ryan Jensen, who could not be here today. He is the Director of the Police Services Bureau, but I'm honored to speak on behalf of that Bureau before you today. The job of the Police Services Bureau is so much more than just patrolling the roads and neighborhoods of Ada County. The deputies are called on every day to solve problems. That can mean anything from criminal investigations on rental scams to quality of life issues like graffiti, car burglaries in neighborhoods, to illegal drug investigations, to trying to make drivers understand when to stop for a school bus sign. The 177 employees of this Bureau are comprised of patrol deputies, detectives, administrative support staff, and crime lab technicians, all dedicated to solving crime and keeping our community safe. We are responsible for policing services unincorporated Ada County, as well as the cities of Eagle, Cuna, and Star. This equals 1,060 square miles of land and over 3,000 miles of roads within our jurisdiction. and it just keeps filling up with new construction, more people, and more problems for our deputies to try and help solve every day. In 2021, we saw our highest year ever for 911 emergency requests for services handled by the Ada County Sheriff's Office. This 10% increase in 1 year is an indicator of how our community is changing. These types of calls are more complex and require more resources and deputies to safely resolve these incidents. The most dramatic effect of this jump in 911 calls is seen here with our lowest number of officer-initiated calls in 5 years. When more deputies are required, and for longer amounts of time, to handle emergency calls, our teams are not as able to conduct the proactive policing work at the frequency that we would like to see. Research consistently demonstrates the benefits that proactive community policing has on crime reduction in our community. More demands on our deputies means less time to be proactive, a trend likely to continue as more and more people move here. In addition to increasing calls for service due to population growth, the growing sprawl of our county is increasing all the time, and increasing the time it takes for us to arrive on scene for an emergency. Our patrol deputies are very innovative and have done a great job of being efficient, but that gets harder and harder for them as our community grows. At our current staffing levels, more calls take longer to get to, which equals less and less time for them to do proactive investigation. Last year, we saw a sharp drop in the number of property crimes, with the most significant decreases in home burglaries, 153 in 2020, 83 in 2021. We are not sure why that is. More people have been home during the COVID pandemic, so we are keeping a close eye on that as society limps back to normal, whatever that might be. Last year also saw a sharp increase in person crimes, with the largest rise seen in assault cases, 426 in 2020, 549 in 2021. That might also be a byproduct of COVID. We do know more person crimes take up more time and energy for our Police Services Bureau. Similar trends were also observed by many of our partner agencies around the Treasure Valley. It's important to note that a drop in property crime like this is almost always associated with less crime being discovered through proactive policing. We are at a pivotal time in Ada County as growth shows no signs of abating anytime soon. We are doing our best to stay well ahead of it. We did not add any staff to the Police Services Bureau this year, but we were finally able to replace an important piece of equipment to increase the safety up at Lucky Peak. We got our new patrol boat in the water this spring ahead of the busy boating season. Our old boat was built in 2004 and was really showing its age. Our new boat is faster, more stable, and it can carry more stuff, which will help our Marine Patrol team deal with the growing boat traffic at Lucky Peak and the problems that go with it. It should be noted that we paid for most of the costs with grant funding and drug seizure money for that boat. I'd also like to take a moment to speak a little bit about our school resource officers. With the issues of safety, with the issues of school safety being on everyone's mind these days, I wanted to take a bit to explain our program, its growth, and the things that our school resource officers do every day. Our school resource officers have one of the most demanding jobs in our agency. In addition to being first-line defense of all things you can think of, they are also social workers, mentors, teachers, and detectives, as well as friends for the teachers, for the students, and the community that relies on them to do their job. They must develop a relationship with students and teachers and parents to be effective. They are a crucial part of our school community. The West Ada School District is paying for one SRO for South County elementary schools for the next school year, due in large part to the success of our program. It should be noted that throughout our county, unincorporated on our contract cities, with the addition of that one SRO, we will have 10 that will be responding and working in our schools every day during the school year. And one final point I'd like to make about our SROs is they receive state-of-the-art training. They are required and very willing to respond direct to any threat that may occur in that school. That's their responsibility. And they have many capabilities based on current training and current techniques, and they have that desire to go there and provide that high level of service, and they will do that. At this time, I'd like to turn the podium over to Captain Jared Watson.
Thank you, Chief Deputy, Chairman Beck, Commissioners, all those participating online and in person. Thank you for the opportunity that I have to be able to share some information with you. My name is Jared Watson. I'm currently the captain over the Court Services Bureau for the Sheriff's Office. I'm proud to be that captain. The Court Services Bureau is made up of 132 hardworking, commissioned and professional staff who mostly supervise, transport, and work with people in the criminal justice system who aren't in custody at the Ada County Jail but are required to participate in court-ordered programs. Our main goal is to provide ways for those people to safely remain in the community and not return to jail. But that is not all we do. Our Bureau also provides security for the Ada County Court Complex, a new responsibility and work in progress. And we also train for the entire Ada County Sheriff's Office. We are made up of 8 different divisions within the Court Services Bureau. Those include, as you've heard already, misdemeanor or Ada County misdemeanor probation, pretrial, alternative sentencing, the transport unit, our civil team, the jail education team, the training unit, and court security. A huge priority for our Bureau is to help people who find themselves in the Ada County Jail figure out ways to safely assimilate back into society. This is incredibly important as we deal with an increasingly crowded Ada County Jail. We know people who have meaningful employment and community support have a much better chance to succeed when they get out. Following a delayed opening due to the COVID pandemic, the new and improved Community Transition Center finally opened in July of 2021, and it's already paying dividends. Since its opening, we've seen a steady increase in the number of people at the facility. In the 10 months since its opening, the CTC average daily population has increased 120%. We've gone from an average of 21 people last July to 45 this month, and we expect that number to grow in the months ahead. Each day in the CTC is a day someone is not occupying a jail bed in the crowded main jail facility. It is a day for them to learn a new life skill or go to work, establish the community bonds they need to be successful, and we really don't want repeat customers, so we work really hard at it. We also want people who are arrested and charged with crimes who can safely be in the community to stay out of jail, so we have room for inmates who present a greater risk. Our pretrial program does just that for people who are waiting to go to trial, allowing them to stay out of jail until their court cases are resolved. While the program has been steadily growing over the past several years, the growth we've seen since the beginning of the pandemic in early 2020 is staggering. Since then, the average number of pretrial enrollees has increased by more than 88%, nearly doubling in less than 3 years from 340 average cases to 636 average cases this past month. Much like the participants in the CTC, each day someone remains on pretrial is another day they are not housed in the jail. Last year, we added a pretrial case manager to help with the increasing number of people in the program, which has grown at a faster rate than we expected. This employee does a variety of essential tasks, including the IPRE assessment, client management, court and partner communication, and coordination with our monitoring providers. Our Ada County Misdemeanor Probation Team works to help people whose cases have been resolved to successfully follow their court-ordered requirements and avoid going back to jail. With our growing jail population, having an active and well-trained misdemeanor probation staff is essential. Safely managing misdemeanor probation clients in the community helps keep jail beds open for people who do pose a threat to society. Following the new MOU between you, the Board of County Commissioners, the courts, and the Sheriff's Office, we began transitioning the security services for the Ada County Court Complex. Last year, we added 7 courthouse deputies and 1 court security sergeant. This team, working alongside the Ada County Marshals, has enhanced safety and security for the court complex. It's been a busy year. We are still working out the best ways to use the people we have while figuring out how to get the staffing we need to ensure optimal security. Court security is more than just being in courtrooms. For the last 8 months, our team responded to 164 unique calls for service at 200 West Front Street alone. These include reports of vandalism, assisting citizens or those in some form of crisis, lost and found property, warrant services, and others. These are just to name a few. All of these responses and proactive police work are done in addition to working checkpoints and providing security for court proceedings. Last year, we received $50,000 to cover the cost of pretrial GPS and alcohol monitoring, as well as drug testing for people that were not able to afford the cost, to help them follow the requirements to stay out of jail. The program helps to remove income as a barrier to program participation, as well as helping to reduce jail population. As an example, a client who was on pretrial in both Canyon and Ada counties could not afford both conditions assigned and would have returned to custody had the monies not been available. There are several examples where the fee reduction and the waiver reduction was the difference between the participant going into the CTC as opposed to going to jail. They would not have been able to afford the CTC program had it not been for this program. This is just a brief overview of the Court Services Bureau. I thank you for your time. I'll turn the podium over to Captain Jake Vogt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Watson. Good morning, Chairman Beck, Commissioners. My name is Captain Jake Vogt. I'm the proud director of our Jail Services Bureau with the Ada County Sheriff's Office. It's a pleasure to speak before you this morning. The Ada County Jail is the largest and most secure county jail in the state of Idaho. Our staff members run a facility that has 1,116 beds. Those are split into 8 large dormitory units, as well as a separate maximum and medium security housing areas. Also included in the jail is a fully functioning health services and dental unit, an industrial kitchen that prepares over 3,500 meals a day, a laundry and sewing area, and a shipping and receiving warehouse. In simple terms, we're a small city. Our Jail Services Bureau consists of 171 commissioned deputies and 92 professional employees. The reason the 263 employees of the Jail Services Bureau are able to run this complex operation so smoothly is by embracing the concepts of the 4 pillars of success. Jail staff developed the 4 pillars model over 20 years ago, and they continue to be an essential guide for our employees to follow. These pillars govern everything we do in our facility. Every decision we make, from hiring, training, the equipment we buy, and the best practices we follow, are guided by these 4 concepts. When it comes to the jail, it's hard not to talk about our rising population of inmates, something we have been able to manage thanks to these 4 pillars I spoke about. As the population of the county rises, we see a similar trend within our jail population. We are running out of room. Prior to the COVID pandemic, the Ada County Jail was experiencing a record number of inmates housed on a daily basis. We have only had 6 days this year, January 1st through the 6th, where our population has been below the operational capacity of 949. Lockdown resulted in a dramatic decrease in the jail population. In fact, on July 3rd, 2020, we housed 649 inmates, while today our inmate population is 1,023. It's easy to look at what happened during the COVID lockdown and wonder why we can't keep the jail population down now. This chart illustrates the number of people booked into the main jail during this year. You can see that even though bookings have increased since the lockdown, they are nowhere near as high as they were pre-pandemic. Less people are being arrested. Our bookings, on average, have decreased 43% from pre-COVID levels. If less people are coming to jail, why does the population continue to increase? It's because the people who are in jail stay there longer than ever, a trend that doesn't show any sign of slowing down. Fluctuations to the average daily population depend on 2 factors: how many people come to jail and how long they stay once they are there. Since 2013, this metric, called length of stay, has increased by more than 20 days. Even though less people are coming to jail on an annual basis, they are staying much longer once they arrive, resulting in more people housed in the Ada County Jail. Why are people staying longer? This question is a bit more difficult to answer. Since 2013, the number of inmates housed in the jail for felony charges has increased 26%, while the number of misdemeanor inmates has decreased by 41%. The COVID pandemic caused the courts to reduce or even halt the number of cases it was processing. Our Court Services Bureau works really hard to identify and work with the people in jail who can be safely managed in the community. The end result of these factors is the increased length of stay for a more dangerous jail population. The last factor involved in the rise of jail population is case status type. This chart shows the number of people whose criminal cases are done and been sentenced by a judge are going down. The number of people arrested but whose court cases haven't been resolved remains relatively consistent. The number of people in custody on probation and parole holds has drastically increased. In summary, so why does our jail population continue to increase? We have explosive population growth in Ada County, which shows no sign of slowing down. We have a 26% increase in the number of felons. These people have tendency to be more dangerous, and their cases take longer to resolve, so they stay in jail longer. We've been able to stay ahead thanks to the innovative work of the Court Services Bureau. We've seen a length of stay that's 49% longer than what it was in 2013. We've also seen a 79% increase in the average number of inmates in custody on a hold. It's a good thing our pillars are so strong because our staff has been able to do some pretty innovative problem solving. I would now like to take a moment to give you a brief update on the additional personnel and projects the board approved for the jail this year. Our new jail training coordinator is tasked with overseeing the safety, productivity, and training of our inmate workers. While it took some time to find the right person, we've already started to see the experience of the benefits of having an individual who is skilled and knowledgeable on how best to keep our jail clean. We also were recently able to install the new jail key management system. The new system will remove the responsibility of key distribution and management from our central control staff to our detention deputies, a job duty that took central control's eyes and attention away from monitoring safety within the jail. I believe you saw that during your recent jail inspection tour when we stopped by the central control room. The new system will increase efficiency along with safety by tracking all key sets and will send out a notification if any of the keys are not returned. Our final project in the jail was to add security cameras in our medium security cell blocks. The lack of cameras in these areas of the jail created a safety risk for our staff and inmates. The addition of these cameras provides jail deputies and central control operators much needed eyes in these high-risk areas of our jail. 25 years ago, there were only 16 cameras in our entire jail and barrister complex. Now, there are 544 prior to this new project. With the addition of these new cameras from this project, we will have 664 cameras throughout the barrister complex in our jail. At this point, I'll turn the podium over to Director Kelly Bolachek.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Kelly Bolachek, and I'm the Director of the Administrative Services Bureau. I'm responsible for 142 professional staff working across 8 different divisions. Kathleen's already mentioned these, but I will mention them again. We have the administrative areas, budget and finance, HR, and data analytics and intelligence, and the operational areas of property and evidence, fleet management, victim services, the records division, and driver's license. Our most noteworthy accomplishment of the year with additional budgeted funds in Admin Services Bureau was the opening of our second driver's license location in Meridian on October 18th, 2021. This project was a year from contract to keys and involved collaboration between staff from the Ada County Sheriff's Office, Ada County Operations, and our external partner, the HC Company. We finished this project on time and under budget. We are proud of our second location because of its purpose-built layout, which includes 16 driver's license stations, 8 being used currently, and 24 testing stations, 16 currently are installed. Since its opening, the Meridian location has provided service for more than 37,000 customers. During the COVID lockdown, we moved to an appointment-only model. And I'm going to give COVID credit for one good thing, and that is that it put us in control of the customer flow. We used to open our doors with 40-plus people standing in line, which put us behind for the day. This model has not had a negative impact on how many customers we serve each day, but it has had a drastic reduction on wait times. With the appointment-only model, our average customer wait time is 5 minutes and 24 seconds. This is a 95% reduction from the 1-hour average wait time customers experienced in 2019. The tremendous work of the driver's license team, coupled with our proactive data-driven perspective of this agency, has returned nearly 397,000 hours of productivity that would have been lost to citizens sitting and waiting at driver's license. That's huge. This proactive data-driven approach has also led to success in our Property and Evidence Division. The Property and Evidence is tasked with storage and safekeeping of all evidence related to criminal cases and found property. Just a few years ago, we were on course to far exceed our overall storage capacity. The work of this team has not only slowed the increase of items in storage, but actually reduced them through a dedicated focus of getting more out the back door through our dispositions than are coming in our front door through bookings. We've accomplished this by first developing a disposition matrix in collaboration with the Ada County Prosecutor's Office, Boise City Attorney's Office, which allows property and evidence techs to streamline the disposition process. We've added significant storage capacity with 2 capital projects, one being our refrigeration walk-in freezer, and the second being our gun storage. Lastly, we worked with the Idaho Sheriff's Association to change legislation related to retention laws, moving Idaho from 6 months to 90 days, and moving bicycle retention from 90 days to 30 days, which is equal to our surrounding states. This was all effective last July 1st in 2021. You heard earlier in Chief Deputy Dussault's presentation about the increase in persons crimes we saw last year. This increase has a direct effect on our victim witness team, as they are called out to the scene to work alongside our patrol deputies. The victim witness coordinators also provide assistance throughout the court process to victims of crime. Last year, this team experienced a 50% increase in callouts and 11% increase in referrals made to their office. Of these referrals, the largest increase was seen with domestic family violence cases or adult physical assault cases. In our budget last year, we asked for 2 additional employees in our data analytics and intelligence team. One was a third NIBRS data specialist, and another was a crime research tech. Since the addition to that team, they have improved from being 78 days behind on entering crime reports to only 15 days behind. The state standard is 10 days. The team also submitted their year-end data several days early and were able to complete their year-end audit in a matter of hours. Our fleet services team manages 254 public safety vehicles. Additionally, they manage our motorcycles, ATVs, our marine vessels, and trailers. Our biggest struggle since the pandemic began is procuring our vehicles. We ordered 15 patrol Tahoes in October of 2020, received 2 in the first part of fiscal year 21, and the remaining this year, so 13 this year. In this current fiscal year, the ordering for police package vehicles has not yet opened, and it is unknown if or when that will happen. And usually that opens in October of each year. Managing the agency's records is a 24-hour-a-day, 7 days a week operation. The team performs a wide array of tasks, such as processing court paperwork, managing inmate property, scheduling jail visits and transports, and serving as the face of our agency at the Barrister campus. A measure that matters to our agency is to have 0 erroneous releases. We need to release people from custody at the right time in accordance with orders from the judge. It's been nearly 2 years since our last erroneous release took place, which was in July of 2020. Human Resource has a big role at the Ada County Sheriff's Office, from recruitment and selection to polygraph and backgrounds, and then onboarding new hires. As of June 13th, 2022, we're kind of sad to report that we have 48 vacancies. That's 5.9% of our authorized positions, the most we've ever had. Nurses, LERTs, security control specialists, and dispatchers make up the majority, with only 3 other positions outside of those 4 classifications. Among the reasons for the inability to fill our vacancies, our entry wages have not kept up post-pandemic. So I want to add that the Sheriff's Office fully supports the 7% COLA merit that you guys are considering. The requirement of shift work for many of our open positions. Polygraph background requirements are extensive. And the nursing shortage coupled with wages and correctional environment have all, have all attributed to our not being able to fill our open positions. At this time, I will now turn the podium over to our Emergency Communications Bureau. Thank you.
Chairman Beck, Commissioners, as you can tell on the screen, that's not me. I'm here on behalf of Andrea Dearden, the Director of the Emergency Communications Bureau, but it's my honor to speak to you about this great group of individuals that work in this bureau. When people hear of the Emergency Communications Bureau, the first thing they usually think about is the Ada County Emergency 911 Dispatch Center. This bureau has 92 professional employees. About 60 of those are 911 dispatchers or employees that directly support them through training and quality assurance. The other employees support the technical and practical operation of the dispatch center, manage public information records requests, or work in our community information unit responsible for outreach, education, and media relations. From the time we were very young, we learned to call 911 for help during an emergency. No response after that is possible without a well-trained, compassionate dispatcher on the other end of the line. In 2021, dispatch experienced a significant increase in requests for help from our community, answering 394,588 calls and text messages from Ada County citizens calling for help, which is a 4.5 increase over 2020. The increase was seen entirely in emergency 911 calls. Each of those calls are sorted and shared with the appropriate emergency response agencies. We dispatched for 4 law enforcement agencies, including our contract cities, 7 fire departments, and the Ada County paramedics. The dispatchers coordinate with responders and commanders in the field to ensure the right resources get to the right place at the right time so they can work efficiently and safely. Our team works alongside members of our community to ensure we aren't just educating, but we are also always listening and learning. We collaborate with local community cultural organizations like the Idaho Commission on Hispanic Affairs and the Idaho Black History Museum Board, along with businesses and foundations with strong connections to the community. These are long-standing relationships built over the last 5 years while working on the grant-funded MacArthur Foundation Safety and Justice Challenge. In February, we hosted Navigating the Ada County Criminal Justice System. That conference was held in the Jump building in downtown Boise. The event was attended by professionals who assist those struggling to navigate our complex criminal justice system because of language barriers, limited resources, and other socioeconomic challenges. Partnering agencies included the Ada County Prosecutors and Public Defender's Office, Boise Police, Trial Court Administrator, Ada County Clerk, Felony Probation and Parole, and representatives from our Dispatch, Patrol, Jail, and Misdemeanor Probation Office. Our Community Information Unit does a great job in engaging with our community through tours, community education series, classroom visits, neighborhood watch meetings, and civic events, and through multiple social media platforms. Whether it be useful tips on how to avoid phishing emails or fun stories about the foster dog from the Idaho Humane Society living at our dispatch center, the CIU team shares what it takes to make our agency the agency of choice. All requests from the public and fellow law enforcement agency for reports and information are handled by our public information team. This team of three coordinates the release of information with numerous parts of our agency, including legal, data analytics, and dispatch. Over the last 3 years, we've seen an incredible increase in the number of requests we receive. In 2021 alone, we handled 5,571 public requests for information and 3,829 requests from law enforcement. As our need for technology continues to grow, so does our need for employees to help manage these systems. This year, we added a systems application administrator to help manage this growth. The addition of this position has handled staffing available 7 days a week to quickly resolve issues related to technology, as well as providing better proactive maintenance of critical systems. And at this time, it's my honor to turn the podium over to Sheriff Matt Clifford.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd like to take a moment to thank my executive team. They do an incredibly great job every day managing each of our bureaus. And next, we're going to move into our budget requests, which represent our most critical needs to provide essential criminal justice services to the citizens across Ada County. And before I do that, I should probably point out that over the last number of months, we have worked very hard to try and figure out how to fill some of those vacancies by adjusting wages and bringing the starting wage up as much as we can within our funding, and reallocating certain positions to other areas of the agency in order to become more efficient, so we don't have to ask for as many requests from the commissioners. So with that, I'll jump right into it. We've taken a hard look at what is needed in order for us to take care of our citizens and provide the highest level of service. I'd like to spend a little time talking about our supplemental requests. Let's begin with our Police Services Bureau. We need another detective to investigate reports of crimes against children. This is not an easy job, but it is essential. Protecting Ada County's children is one of our most sacred duties, and right now we only have one detective dedicated to that role. We've had a 106% increase in health and welfare referrals since 2015. Many of these heartbreaking cases involve sexual and physical abuse and neglect. We haven't been able to increase staffing for over a decade. We are projected to receive over 1,200 referrals this year alone.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before you move on, is that the health and welfare detective or the CIT deputy?
Health and welfare.
Health and welfare.
So
Okay.
we don't put the term health and welfare detective because they don't work for health and welfare, but that juvenile position specifically deals with the referrals that come in from health and welfare. And again, we've had 106% increase since 2015, and we've always had just the one person doing all of that work.
Okay. Thank you.
All that increase in population I talked about before means more calls for service, and we haven't added to our South Patrol team in over a decade. Most of this patrol area is located south of Overland Road, an area bursting with development. In just the last 5 years, our calls for service in the south have increased by almost 50%, yet we have the same number of deputies on per shift. In 2016, we had 4,348 calls. In 2021, we had 8,418 calls for service. We know proactive policing can deter crime, and we can't do that without our current staffing levels. Population in the south continues to increase and spread out. These 3 deputies will help us to better serve the growing area. Figuring out the best ways for our deputies to interact with people who suffer from mental illness or are in crisis, and then directing them to resources they need, is a priority. It helps people get the help they need and keeps them out of jail where they shouldn't be in the first place. We have a lot of success with our crisis intervention team and want to expand it so we have coverage 7 days a week. And if you didn't know, our agency was the first in Idaho to have trained, dedicated CIT deputies team up with a civilian clinician to respond to calls. You probably see a lot of other agencies out in the news lately that say, this is what we're doing. We've been doing it for years. Getting a second CIT deputy will let us cover all 7 days a week. Our CIT deputies are specially trained to handle complex mental health situations, and the demand for those calls continues to increase. Our CIT team currently only has 1 clinician/social worker, and we need 2 to be whole. Our CIT model of a deputy paired with a clinician is best practice across the U.S. We need to make that unit fully functional by providing coverage 7 days a week. Having a social worker allows them to complete much of the case follow-up and coordination of services. It's an effective model and one that society is demanding of us. Let's switch over to the Court Services Bureau. When our agency took on the courthouse security project, we knew we needed more people to get up to industry standard. And we also knew it was going to be a long-term project. We are asking to add 4 additional courthouse deputies this year as part of our long-term plan to phase deputies in and court marshals out. We know we're going to have to hire more people over the next few years, so adding 4 deputies this year gets us closer. A courthouse security analysis completed by the National Center for State Courts, or NCSC, recommends that we will eventually need to add 18 more deputies to get full staffing. Why 18? The number is based on the recommendation from the NCSC security assessment and courtroom data provided by TCA from 2019 to 2021. The analysis concluded the deputies are needed to provide adequate security within the courthouse, which includes courtrooms, the rest of the building, and the perimeter. The final piece of our ask for courthouse security is to deal with the increase for the Allied Security contract, which increased by more than $750,000 this year. Total contract price would be approximately $1.6 million. We already anticipate a shortfall this fiscal year and need this additional funding to ensure this security services will continue uninterrupted at the courthouse and juvenile detention facilities. You heard me talk about the Community Transition Center earlier. It is one of our most promising programs and an essential part of our strategy to reduce our jail population and help inmates develop community support they need to avoid a return trip to jail. To get the most out of the program, we need to add some positions. We need another post-certified deputy to perform tasks outside of the CTC, like job checks and home visits. They will also provide full staffing to ensure the center remains open, and keep patrol deputies from being called off their beats if we have a staffing issue, like if someone calls in sick or goes on vacation. We can't staff the CTC 24/7 and do job and home checks in the field with our current staffing levels. We also need two education specialists to provide classes for people in the CTC. We have inmates in the jail who could transition to the CTC, but they can't get the court-ordered classwork they need because of backups in the jail. We average about 20 inmates at a time eligible to go to the CTC, but they can't because they have to wait for the classes. If we get the CTC running at maximum efficiency, we can work to reduce jail population and help people improve their lives. Once we increase classwork and programming, we need another case manager to take those cases over and work with people on their job search and career skills training. Remember that each person in the CTC means an open bed in the jail. Our reentry specialists are critical to the success of the program. These services are shown to help reduce the likelihood of people returning to the jail. You heard earlier about the explosive growth of our pretrial caseload. This program is really important for us as a tool to manage our jail population and give people the best chance of success to get out of the criminal justice system. We had 65% growth in pretrial cases in 1 year. We need a pretrial services supervisor. The caseload is so big, our current manager is covering appointments in addition to running the unit. That is not a recipe for success. In addition to adding a supervisor, we need another case manager to keep up with increasing demand. The pretrial assessments they do provide essential information to judges who determine if someone can safely be in the community while their cases are being resolved. Clients currently wait 2 to 3 weeks for an initial appointment, which used to happen in 48 to 72 hours. So we're looking at 2 to 3 weeks versus 48 to 72 hours in the past. We need to catch up for our agency, the courts, and the people in the system. Another essential did somebody say something? Okay. Another essential program we have for managing our jail population is our misdemeanor probation office. Best practice calls for a caseload size to be between 50 and 80 clients per officer. Our probation officer's average caseload is 119 clients per officer. An increased caseload size results in reduced levels of supervision, and we want our clients to be successful. We're going to need an additional probation officer to match up with the caseload of Ada County's new magistrate judge and maintain expected quality of service. All those increases in cases and workload for probation officers translate into more work for our records technicians who are getting behind. We need an additional records tech to keep up with the increasing workload. There's another yearly stat for you. We haven't added any misdemeanor probation technicians since we took over the misdemeanor probation in October of 2012. It's time to do it now. Let's move over to the Jail Services Bureau. Our central control staff are the eyes and ears of our jail and public safety complex. They spot crimes, assaults on inmates, and other offenses needing to be handled by jail deputies. They manage over 600 cameras. The current supervision is done by a jail sergeant. Adding supervisors will free up our jail sergeants to concentrate on managing their teams of detention deputies. The two positions will provide coverage 7 days a week. Our jail population continues to evolve, and we have an increased number of high-risk inmates. This results in increased responsibility for our detention deputies and the need for more supervisory support. Right now, our jail sergeants have a 20-to-1 span of control, which is larger than the 8-to-1 industry standards recommend. We need adequate supervision to ensure the safety of staff and inmates. The position was funded within the appropriated amount for the next fiscal year. Our agency continues to struggle to hire nurses for our health services unit. We currently only have 11 of 29 nursing spots filled. The extension of the nursing contract is critical for us to continue providing necessary medical services to inmates in the jail. We're all aware of how competitive the job market is right now. This year, we are presenting our pay plans as a final product. My HR team worked with the county HR director on this project. The adjustments made are as follows. For our emergency 911 dispatchers, HR did a market analysis of 12 regional agencies. The plan added pay levels for dispatchers who earn post-certifications and increases longevity percentages. For our patrol and detention deputies, we did market analysis of 16 police agencies and 9 jail and prison agencies. We raised entry level and base pay for both to get closer to market value. We also added one-time incentive money to give additional pay to employees on the pay plans to recognize exemplary performance. Cost of the plan is near $1.9 million. We accomplished all of this within the COLA merit 5% targeted amount that mentioned in Phil McGrain's procedural guidelines in the budget toolkit on ACES, meaning we are not requesting additional funding above the pool of funds. Depending on how the BOCC sets the COLA merit allocation, we would request that any additional amount be applied to our top steps. So we did that with the 5%. Again, with Director Bolachek, I would fully support figuring that out with the 7% instead. And again, that's not money, me saying I want that money to fix my pay plans. That's me saying, if you allocate us, that's where it goes. We've already figured it out, okay? Providing security at the Western Idaho Fair has been the responsibility of the ACSO for years. Each year, the amount of staffing needed to adequately secure the fair exceeds the amount of funding the Sheriff's Office receives in reimbursement. Last year alone, it cost the ACSO $158,198 to provide fair security. We were only reimbursed for $65,000 of the cost, meaning we had to make up the difference within our own personnel budget. Repeated requests have been made to the fair to pay for the additional costs, but we have been left footing the bill every year. I'm asking for an additional $93,198 to be added to our overtime budget to ensure that we have the funding needed to keep the Western Idaho Fair a safe place for families to enjoy this annual community event. Butler Amusements, who provides the rides and games for the fair, consistently comments on how much safer the Western Idaho Fair is compared to other venues they work. In the past, we've called in on-duty county deputies to work the fair to try and minimize overtime expenditures, resulting in less patrol in unincorporated county areas. Is it news to any of you that the gas prices are going up right now? I hope not. We need to increase our fuel budget by more than $425,000 to account for this increase in costs. And that may be a conservative estimate at this point, the way things are going. If gas prices go back down, then we would simply return the extra funding. Those rising fuel costs and general COVID-related supply chain and transportation issues have resulted in higher food costs. We need an additional $259,871 to account for the rising cost of food, as well as increases in our inmate population. Again, we cook over 3,500 meals a day in the jail. Food costs have increased 9.4% in the last 12 months and are likely to go higher. Rising jail population means more meals are being prepared each day. I'm going to call Chief Deputy Justin Dussault back to go over our capital investment report.
Chairman Beck, Commissioners, I just realized that in this portion of the presentation, this is actually mine, and I didn't even get a photo slide. The others had photo slides. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about our capital investment program. As you know, we have been improving our property and evidence storage over the last several years. Our next essential project is expanding our homicide evidence capacity. Idaho law requires us to keep it forever. We need a better way to store this evidence. This project will increase the storage capacity by 70% through the use of high-density storage systems. The second project that we'd like to speak about is the Public Safety Building Security Barrier Project. That is the final phase of the recommended security improvement study that was conducted in 2018. Since 2018, we have added fencing and video surveillance. The last stage calls for security barriers for the front of our building to prevent vehicle attacks and provide shelter in an active shooter scenario. This will increase the safety and security of our staff and the public. I'll move on to the extraordinary operating expenses at this time. All technology has a lifespan and needs to be replaced over time. Our jail security video management system is in need of hardware and software improvements. The current system does not support video analytic capabilities available with high-definition cameras. This project will bring the Ada County Sheriff's Office video systems onto the Ada County Gen-Tech security and video system already in use. Jail radio consoles. Like our computer systems, our radio communication system in the jail needs an upgrade. The current system allows for us to communicate with our local dispatch, but does not work for statewide communications. This upgrade will allow us to communicate directly with agencies outside of Ada County, including Canyon, Nampa, and Idaho State Police. Our camera surveillance system in our Barrister campus needs additional hardware. We've identified several areas in our jail and misdemeanor probation office that needs better coverage. This particular project will add 34 additional cameras, 2 monitoring stations, additional keypads and locks. We have been and remain committed to the safety and security of our employees. The emergency communication backup and storage replacement. All of this technology generates an immense amount of data we have to protect and retain. This project will transition from older Cisco servers to new Cohesity servers already in use by Ada County IT and other areas of the county. The cost of this project will be split between our budget and the Emergency Communications Fund. The Ada County Sheriff's Office Enterprise Jail Migration. This next project is a carryover from fiscal year 2022. We are requesting this money to upgrade to the Enterprise Jail platform. Our current software, Inform Jail, is no longer being supported by the manufacturer. Inmate tracking system. Here is another carryover from fiscal year 2022. This project will provide new hardware and software to more efficiently and completely record inmate events. This system will track inmates in the event of a catastrophic incident. The current system requires deputies to make individual log entries for each event. This is a needed upgrade. The courthouse security room radio console. Finally, our last project is the radio console. We are no longer planning to request this due to increased cost and reassessment of how dispatch will interact with the courthouse security team. This concludes our extraordinary operating requests. At this time, I would like to turn the podium over to Director Stephen O'Mara to discuss our Emergency Communications Fund.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, did you say you were no longer?
No longer asking for that.
And this is the courthouse
The consoles, yeah.
radio, not the
Yep.
jail radio
Correct.
consoles, courthouse.
It was in our original request. I wanted to make sure you knew that we're no longer asking for that, so I thought I'd speak to it. Director O'Mara.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, again. I'm Stephen O'Mara. I'm the Chief Information Officer for Ada County. I'm also, it's my privilege to serve Sheriff Clifford as a member of his exec staff as the Director of IT for Ada County Sheriff's Office and their emergency communications area. At this time, I'd like to give you a quick look at our Emergency Communications Fund. In 1988, the legislature passed the Emergency Communications Act after recognizing it was in the best interest of the people of the state of Idaho to provide and maintain a consolidated emergency communications system. They were also acutely aware that the system would need to have a stable source of funding. The emergency communications fee is $1 each of us pay per phone line, either landline or cellular, and is used solely to maintain the emergency communications system that we all rely on. Every year, we plan numerous projects to keep our 911 systems functioning, up to date, and ready when the public needs them. As you see in this chart here, that our fund balance remains healthy, even with these planned projects for fiscal year '23. The emergency communications team works diligently throughout the year to ensure we have adequate funds for both planned and unplanned emergent needs. If you see this graph and you notice a large dip back in 2017, that is as this fund was a major participant in the launch of the new dispatch center. And it's been recovering slowly over time, and we've been gearing up for our next set of upgrades that we're asking for this year. We're asking for 2 new headcount, an IT security engineer. Currently, our IT is county IT. I should just read what I have in front of me. The IT security engineer will assume full responsibility for network security of the ECF system, a function that is currently and previously assumed by county IT staff. Cybersecurity is obviously something on all of our minds, and the 911 network is considerably smaller than the county's network, but it still has to suffer all the same threats and attacks of any large network. And it's getting to the point where it needs to have dedicated eyes on it, especially if the sheriff's office were to break off and do its own technology going forward. We want to make sure someone was there who could carry those keys on. We're also asking for a public safety radio administrator. Public safety radio administrator will provide additional assistance to our existing administrator who manages the critical radio network infrastructure. Our current administrator is also the statewide radio coordinator for the Motorola network for all the state. He has been a lone gunman for a very long time and has done amazing work, but it's very difficult should he ever need time off or be out. We have literally no one else that does that work that can back him up appropriately, and the job has gotten big enough that really he needs a partner, and that's what this position would create.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So, Steve, are these additional positions would be covered into the dedicated emergency fund and not general funds?
100% of the administrator will be. The radio administrator is 100% emergency communications. The security engineer, since the job is not quite 100 large enough for a dedicated person, county IT is going to supplement about 1/3 of that salary with our budget until that job gets big enough, because that security engineer will be working a little bit on the county stuff as we add more things to the 911 network.
So 1/3 of the salary, is that reflected in your budget?
It is.
Okay.
It's in there.
Okay.
But it'll be a sheriff's office employee, and then it'll transition probably in the next 2 years to 100% emergency communications fund.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We have 2 significant projects planned for next year. The first project will replace our legacy 911 system with a next generation 911 solution. This transition will bring our 911 system up to industry standard for with the most up-to-date technology available. And I can tell you, since I've been with the county for 8 years, we've been researching and planning and talking about this upgrade. And it's finally, we've gotten to the point where obviously we've saved for it, but we're ready to pull the trigger on this. It'll be a very formidable upgrade for 911 in general, and really put us on the map as far as what 911 will be doing in the near future.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So I'm just trying to track here with what we have. Where am I finding this project? It's not in the Transformation Board priorities, is it?
Because it's ECF?
Because it's CF, it's in its own fund. It's
Prob-
not listed there, because they're supporting it with their.
Okay, so I'm just asking, where is it listed in our materials?
It won't be listed specifically in your materials.
Okay, So could we get this side, just this slide
Absolutely.
sent to us? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so what is this upgraded 911 system going to do that the old one doesn't?
Well, the long and short of it, and not wanting to talk too long about it for you, current 911 as it exists today, the equipment we have is newer in that we've had it for a number of years, about 8 years, a little bit less than that. But the technology behind it goes all the way back to the 60s, to the way 911 originally was born in the late 60s for the United States, at least. This major upgrade effectively turns it into, it takes it from your standard landline, even though we use cellular in it, from a standard landline call, and literally turns it into a complete data system. What that will do is that'll open up the ability for citizens to someday, not immediately, because we would need to plan for this, but the citizen will be able to send in pictures and video, that sort of thing. It is literally impossible with the current technology that we have and what dates back to the 60s. The underlying piece, it'll be a completely different system, front to back. And the service that we get from the provider will be different as well. We obviously have to upgrade the local hardware. But it's the future of 911, and it also will significantly reduce the number of misrouted calls from cellular phones, where we end up getting a phone call that should go to Canyon County. Then there's a little bit of back and forth between the dispatch centers to get the person who needs help, the right people to come and get them. That's another major piece of next generation 911, is the routing gets changed significantly as well.
Is that because most of our, you said it dates back to the 60s, so most of our system is analog?
Well, like I said, it's the equipment we have in the dispatch center at the sheriff's office and PSAPs all over the country. What they have in place is digital in that sense, but the service that feeds it, the landline side, what comes from the local exchange, in our case, it comes from Lumen. All of that is very analog. It's all analog, and the way that the call flows, if I pick up my cell phone right now and dial a 911 call on whatever carrier I have, when it dumps off into the local exchange carrier, it is all analog. I mean, the routing, you could probably talk about this for about 2 hours.
Yeah, I
the
was gonna
difference
say,
that this
we
is,
need
but
to get this.
it's a
outta
major
here.
upgrade. It is major, and it sets the future. So.
All right.
The last project that we have is an interface for our CAD system. It adds an additional stational learning to our dispatch system and is needed in the event if we ever fail over and require temporary dispatch from our backup dispatch at Barrister. Basically, what this is the machinery that sets off the alarms in fire departments and EMS stations. So we would need to have a twin basically built out of Barrister. And it gives me great pleasure to turn this back over to the sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, in summary, you've probably heard me mention our mission statement dozens of times, that we make safer places to live, work, and play. To do that, our work starts with people. We take care of them in the Ada County Jail, and we help them stay out when they leave. We look after them in their neighborhoods, as well as the roads that we all drive. We listen and then act when they call 911. We serve court documents and help people navigate the civil process. We manage crews of people who keep our community clean. We make sure people are licensed to drive. We do all of that and so much more, and every interaction is unique. It's demanding work, and I'm deeply proud of the 800+ men and women who do it at the ACSO because they are all so committed to doing their best, no matter the situation. I'd like to thank the board for your continued support, because that's what makes what we do possible, and we greatly appreciate it. With that, I would open any questions of us.
Okay. Any questions from the commission?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and I'll
Yes, go
keep
ahead.
this brief. I know you guys are anxious to get back to work here. So could we, I don't know if I need a list of the 48 vacancies, vacant positions you have, but I'd like to understand if any of those are redundant with the request of the 20 new positions.
Chairman, Commissioners, great question. They are not. So we looked at any of those because we'd love to have more dispatchers, but we are not able to fill the dispatcher spot, and that's one of all of our dispatcher spots, so that's one of our biggest chunks, as well as nurses and things like that. So we didn't ask in any of those arenas, so not redundant in there.
Okay. And then 48 vacancies is significant.
Correct.
How are you addressing the tight labor market and getting these folks hired?
So one of the things that we've done is we have figured out how to up the starting wage, and that has attracted more people. So Director Bolachek was telling me we had a vacancy in records that was open for 11 weeks. And when we did the pay adjustment and were able to at least up the starting wage, we immediately had 8 applicants. So those are some of the things we're doing. As far as recruitment and retention, we have we have not got to implement anything yet, but we have really started to kind of think outside the box. In fact, tomorrow I have a meeting with the other law enforcement agency heads on how we can actually work together to recruit people into our agencies. And even if that means recruiting people who maybe want to do this job, but okay, maybe not, but that agency over there has a job where you can start and try and work your way back to our agency, really sharing resources and ideas. I think we're going to get pretty innovative on that.
So the COLA merit in here for the pay plans doesn't include any of these salary adjustments?
Correct, because those are all, well, correct. Those are future adjustments, not the ones that we've already made.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm understanding this. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. And then on your ask for additional patrol officers, are you adjusting our contract amounts to our sister cities that we provide patrol services for to help cover those costs?
For the increased wages?
No, if we're adding patrol officers, are we adding any of those officers into the cities that we're contracted with?
No, great question. Yeah, we don't. If we need more officers in those cities for contracts, we go directly to them.
Okay.
So because the county taxpayer doesn't provide that, the city will provide that in the contract. So if we think we need 2 more in Eagle, then we would go to Mayor Pierce and
They put it
state
in
our
theirs.
case just as we would before you and say, hey, we really think we need 2 more people. We don't take the monies you give us for deputies and apply it into the.
Okay.
Great question.
Thank you. And then finally, Mr. Chair, what I would like to recommend to this board that we strike the $93,198 out of the supplemental for the sheriff's office and ask Mr. Batista to put in that amount into his budget to cover the costs of security. I don't think that taxpayers should be subsidizing that. Expo in the fair is an enterprise fund and it's fee-based, and so I think this is not in the appropriate budget. So with your approval, I think we can direct Bob to put it into his, and we can end this constant negotiations every year.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, we can, yeah. Commissioner Davidson, do you have questions?
Could I ask you, as far as fair security goes, how many officers or deputies participate in that? Is it supplemented with private security? Could we transition to more private security for cost savings?
It is supplemented with private security. That's up to the fair if they want to pay more security instead of deputies. Now, of course, the private security can't deal with any crimes that are involved, which we often do. But that would be up to the fair to decide whether or not they want to cut back deputies and increase that private security. But there is private security that comes along with the fair.
I guess we can discuss that with Bob Batista as well. So during COVID, you guys made a great effort along with the courts to try and reduce the number of people in jail, taking an extra, I guess, detailed look at who needs to be there and who doesn't. Is that ongoing, or has that kind of been discontinued?
I think if you see the stats on how many misdemeanors are coming in and how our bookings have remained low, and kind of record low since COVID has, phased itself out. I think we're still doing those things and we're still looking at those. I don't have a stat for you, but I'm going to go ahead and give my professional opinion on, when we had that number low, that means we had deputies and officers from all agencies out making far less contacts with people. We weren't sure what we were dealing with and told them, don't contact people unless you absolutely have to, which means we are finding less crime, less people go to jail. We also had more of your cite and release type situations, which is not always appropriate, but I think we're still seeing that continue as well. But bottom line is, if you're out not looking for the crime and keeping the jail population that low because we're having officers not do proactive work, we're allowing people that are committing crimes to basically just keep doing that without us intervening. So to answer your question, yes, I believe all the agencies have still adopted some of the, okay, let's figure out who's going to go and who's not. But as you can see, the bookings for felonies is still higher than it was for misdemeanors, which helps answer the question that yes, they're determining who should go and who shouldn't.
Do you know how many beds are opened in the transition center right now?
Today, I do actually. 43. So there are 57 beds open right now.
What's their total capacity on that?
100. And we've seen the increasing rise. I think it will keep trending as the courts see that as a viable option. But again, we have people that are attending our really great classes in the jail that are sentenced to, you're eligible for the CTC, but you have to take these classes in the jail first. So that's why we ask, hey, if we had enough people to do those classes in our CTC as well, they're not sitting in the jail waiting for the classes. We just put them in the CTC. That's the theory behind that.
And the judges are still sort of getting used to this new program?
Correct. But I think because we see an upward trend, they're really starting to get on board.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. I do have a couple of questions. On your FY22, 809 employees, does that include the amount that you put in the 3 cities that we police for?
Correct. That does include the amount.
So that's all, so if you need to increase those, then you go to the cities and ask them for an increase. If you need another patrol officer, then you ask the mayor of Eagle or the mayor of Cuna or Star that you need another patrol officer. That's how that works.
Yeah, that's correct.
And that just increases your revenue to pay for it.
Correct, sir.
Right. Okay. Now, I'm going to sort of piggyback on Commissioner Kenyon. The 48 vacant positions, that would generate significant salary savings. Did you use some of that for your pay raises?
I'd have to ask Director Bolachek for that one. Please.
Yes, we're projecting almost a $3 million salary savings this year that will be turned back to you. And we did utilize that to increase our entry wages for our law enforcement records techs, up $1 per hour for some of them and $1.50 for another group of people, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, 3 million, that's a lot.
That goes back into the general fund?
Yes.
Yeah. And how much went back into the general fund the year before? Do you remember?
I don't.
Okay, okay. But it was significant, I think. Remember it.
Yeah.
Probably, right?
Yeah.
Because of, we
Yeah.
have a contingency built in
Yeah.
For CITFs,
CIT, yeah.
for overtime.
Okay. Well, what was your revenue this year from IDOC?
Oh, I do not have that number for me, sir. I could get it to you, though.
That would be interesting because I'd like to see that as well. I don't think we projected how much we would actually lose when we, start getting IDOC inmates out of there sooner. So it'd be interesting to see the last 3 years how that income level has trended.
Absolutely. I think
Commissioners, if we recall, last year, we actually reduced the budget by about, I think it was $1.8 million in revenue. Last year, we accounted for that change.
Right.
It's about 1.8 in that 1 year period.
Yes, I do recall it. Well, anyway, well, I want to thank you for your presentation. It was enlightening for us, certainly. And once again, I want to thank you for the hard work that you and your staff do. And I want to also remind you that we represent the community, and we have to look at the tax resources that we have available to fund everything in the city and the county, including the sheriff's department.
Absolutely. Chairman Beck and Commissioners, I really appreciate the opportunity, and I fully understand that and respect that. I look at my position of, even if you told me you can't have any of it, it's still my job to say, here's our agency and here's our needs, and I understand that you can't
Exactly.
hand out checks to every guy that comes in front of you. So, so it's
Yeah, we understand that.
understandable.
Yeah, I understand that, and I do genuinely appreciate your hard work and effort, because I do think that you have the best law enforcement agency in the whole state of Idaho. Not only the largest, but the
Probably the
best.
world.
Well, I don't know about that.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
We're
and
very,
you-
very grateful.
And you do have the largest, I do know that for sure, and I think the best.
Well,
So I
thank
want to
you very
thank you
much.
and your employees for the hard work that you do for the community.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present, and everybody have a great day.
Yeah,
You're
thank
doing
you.
a great job.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Chairman? I
Yeah.
was just going to mention, Commissioner Kinder asked about how much was left over last year in the sheriff's budget. Personnel, 281,000 was all that was left.
That's all, okay.
So this isn't,
So we didn't have as many vacancies, in other words.
Okay.
All right,
Good to know.
well, thank you. That concludes our morning session, and we'll be in recess until 1:15, I believe, isn't it? Madam Clerk? We'll be in recess to 1:15. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
led by Bruce Crisco and is the county's centralized building and maintenance department that manages the daily operation of 25 facilities encompassing over 1.3 million square feet. They administer all capital building, site certifications, and facility compliance issues. The Operations Department pays a majority of the county's utility expenses and manages energy and water use to keep facilities operating efficiently. Operations provides for the county's mail and distribution system in-house and contracts with outside vendors for routine services such as facility cleaning, lawn care, and parking services. Solid waste, also known as a landfill, is managed by Tom Audi and has nearly 2,700 acres off of Siemens Gulch Road northwest of Boise. The property includes 2 landfill cells, a household hazardous materials collection facility, waste diversion processes for wood and tires, and a landfill gas collection system. Landfill gas from buried waste is generated into electricity and sold to Idaho Power. Billing Services is managed by Shara Roberts and handles customer service, billing, and payment collection for residential and commercial solid waste removal in unincorporated Ada County. They also administer financial and contractual oversight of the county's contract with Hardin Sanitation. Payments received from customers cover the cost of hauling, disposal, billing, and administration. And Operations is a department within the current expense fund, part of the 3% cap on property taxes. Budget for FY23 is submitted at $15,268,597, $1,524,878 over their appropriation total. In their personnel, they have supplementals for 4 new positions: a senior project manager, a journeyman electrician, journeyman HVAC, and a painter for a cost of $364,973. Then on the operating side, they have supplementals. These are all ongoing costs. Utility rate increases, $372,430. Grounds maintenance contract increases, $114,715. Cleaning contract increase, $61,550. Physical security hardware maintenance support, $104,895. Audio visual hardware maintenance support, $69,000. Building control maintenance agreements, $37,315. And deferred maintenance increase of $400,000. Budget to actual from FY18 to current and the number of employees over the same period of time. Solid waste is a self-supported fund. Budget submitted for FY23 at $18,184,112. That's an increase of $1,910,377, all covered with increased revenue. Budget to actual history is below, and the number of staff. Billing Services is another self-supported fund. Budget submitted for FY23 at $6,912,472, $380,796 over their adopted budget the prior year, all covered with increased revenue. Their budget to actual history and the number of employees over the course of the same time period. I'd like to introduce Bruce Crisco, who will start with the operations budget.
Kathleen, thank you. I stand for questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation. Yeah, well, thank you, Bruce. Appreciate your the work you do and the benefit that you add to the county. It's enormous, and we appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Nice to see you in a tie.
Yes.
I didn't know
last
you had
budget,
one.
first tie. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for your time and consideration of the Operations Department budget for fiscal year 2023. The Ada County Operations Department is currently comprised of 62 employees and our caretakers for 1.3 million square feet of office, detention, utility, and storage space. We interface with all elected officials, all elected offices and departments. For a small department, our budget is large and complex and is in control of 423 line items and 34 divisions. We manage CIP projects, new construction projects, ARPA capital projects, and all maintenance projects. Additionally, operations is responsible for the entire county utility portfolio, energy sustainability programs, mail, recycling, parking, and manage 75 ongoing service contracts and agreements. Our staff of skilled maintenance mechanics, maintenance technicians, journeymen, project managers, office staff, and energy specialists collaboratively and effectively complete the mission of Ada County needs. Of important note, none of this year's successes would be possible without your leadership that has allowed the operations department to successfully complete many projects and allocate project savings for additional deferred and preventive maintenance issues. Mission statement, operation persistently strives to perform cost-effective project management, maintenance, and facility upgrades which ensure our facilities are safe, well-maintained, and energy efficient. We also make every effort to provide the highest quality service in a responsive and respectful manner. Operation core values are accountability, dependability, excellence, integrity, and teamwork. These ideals are instilled in our daily activities and collaborative workplace. Operations staff is our strength, and we trust and respect each other while working to support and serve the overall mission of Ada County elected offices, departments, and citizens. Operation goals and objectives tie in with our mission statement. We continue to find better ways to increase efficiencies with budgets and customer service. For example, operations was able to capture project savings this fiscal year and apply them to other needed projects. We would like to perform additional smaller projects in-house with operations personnel. Examples are the new accounting area in the clerk's office and 2 new judges' office suites on the 2nd floor of the courthouse. We also continue to upgrade specified audio-visual equipment and Genetech security upgrades to all county facilities. Additionally, operations energy specialists and maintenance personnel use utility company incentives when available for lighting, roofing, and equipment replacements. We specify high-performance building specifications using the latest ASHRAE standards, and when applicable, seek LEED certification for new buildings and remodel construction for energy conservation and reduced operational costs. This year, with these incentives, we're managed to save $60,000 in rebates back from Idaho Power specifically. Operation metrics are production-based, measuring the ability to complete work orders, maintenance, new construction projects, and increase energy efficiency. We empirically track data in project spreadsheets, facility dude, and directly monitor utility billing and energy costs in Energy Manager software. Operations' main concentration is in project completion and service delivery. Information from our software tools and project tracking is utilized to plan projects and increase work order efficiencies. Work orders from the dude, which I have right here, completed in the past 13 months are 21,038. That is 53 work orders per day of varying complexities that are handled by our maintenance personnel and journeymen across county facilities. Pretty impressive. Services enhanced or more efficiently delivered. The operation department utilizes facility dude again for work order tracking and preventive equipment maintenance, scheduling, and reporting. This program tracks and generates end-of-life replacement schedules and allows the maintenance team to efficiently and effectively plan and replace end-of-life equipment prior to failure. The operation project management team tracks project status and budgets with spreadsheets for 50 active projects in FY22. These tools allow for real-time reporting and monitoring of project financials, scheduling, and completion requirements. All projects are now reviewed by management staff and project managers at weekly scheduled meetings. Lastly, new buildings and tenant improvement projects have become much more complicated with automation, security, and data demands. We have partnered with our IT department to create a master IT specification that covers everything from wiring, audiovisual, proprietary equipment, cameras, access security, and data storage that will now become boilerplate in future contracts. This will allow open bidding on new future buildings and tenant improvement projects, eliminating many sole source contracts. Thanks go out to Stephen O'Mara and Antonio Cirio for their help in this endeavor. Operations to save money is always ongoing. Some notable efforts are LED light replacements throughout the county, roof replacements with PVC cool roofs, upgraded insulation when roofs are stripped, and replace end-of-life HVAC rooftop units with more efficient, environmentally friendly 410A refrigerant types. Operation journeymen, that is our electricians, HVAC painters, and carpenter, have been able to take on small projects that have been asked for by offices and departments. We hope to do more of this in the future with more cost-effective and expeditious product delivery. Lastly, over the past few fiscal years, we've been replacing end-of-life vehicles in a different way. We are ordering small SUVs for our office staff and keeping pickup trucks only for our journeymen and maintenance staff. This has reduced initial purchase costs and increased fleet fuel efficiencies. Operations project schedule is very full this year. The following 3 slides list most of the active projects. It is important to show the magnitude of effort we have put into capital, infrastructure, and maintenance projects. Again, we have 50 active construction and maintenance projects scheduled to start in design, under construction, or completing this fiscal year. This is a very healthy and aggressive throughput for the operations management and maintenance teams. I beg your indulgence for the next 11 slides. I will briefly dive a little deeper into some projects of merit that tax dollars are being used to complete and the Ada County folks and the public might be interested in. I'll be quick, I promise. Capital projects. The new 39,000 square foot coroner's office is a state-of-the-art facility and will have a chilled beam HVAC system and complete building emergency generator backup. The new coroner's facility is designed to be a 50-year solution for the citizens of Ada County and also will serve as a regional facility for most of the state of Idaho's smaller counties. Project foundations and finished floor slabs are being placed as we speak. Scheduled completion is for mid-October 2023. Ada County Jail E-Pod expansion project, design is 75% complete. Project will add 53,500 new square feet, 292 beds to jail capacity, 10,000 square feet to storage capacity, and upgrade existing facility infrastructure to the public safety complex. Infrastructure projects are pretty self-explanatory. Projects underway at the Public Safety Building Complex totaling almost $1.4 million are the CCU generator replacement, front entry and stair replacement, jail chiller replacement, and boiler replacement. Roofing projects, operations completed in FY22 are the courthouse roof sections on the first, second, third, and fourth floors, and we have finished all roof areas for the public safety building totaling $1.1 million. Operations as completed or is working on.
Bruce, we lost the video here.
We've got to follow along with this.
IT guy? Oh, go ahead. We got
We've got your power.
we got it here. You can get back up for it.
There we go.
Did that get knocked down?
Yeah.
Thanks, Phil. Well, sorry, things are flickering.
I don't think I touched anything.
There you go.
There we go. Great. Back on track. Operations as completed or is working on over $500,000 in infrastructure. I think we're on the next slide, Mike. Okay. Okay. Operations as completed or is working on over $500,000 in infrastructure projects at Juvenile Denton Facility that include the Juvenile rooftop unit replacement, Juvenile generator and switchgear, and Juvenile cooling tower replacement projects. Security upgrade projects continue with standardization of access control and security cameras across all county facilities. These projects are scheduled to continue until all county buildings have Genetec access control and security camera video integration. Courthouse security upgrade has been completed and operations is concurrently working on Courthouse J2, that's the basement holding cell area, 400 Benjamin, and EMS security upgrades totaling almost $1.7 million. The goal is to have one card, that's all for security access. Your card will get you into all county facilities, and the local control, whoever that may be, will grant you access or deny access, but you'll have one card, one simple card. Finally, ARPA. In addition to general fund projects, operations is constructing projects using the American Rescue Plan Act or ARPA federal funding. And Barbara Park Pathways and Bridges Forest Loop project is located at Barbara Park and consists of removing existing asphalt and a quarter-mile trail loop, and will install stay-lock pathway materials in place of asphalt. Also included in this project is the removal and replacement of 2 undersized bridges. Expo Idaho Horse Barn, the deteriorating horse stables were built some time ago in an area designated as floodway for the Boise River. In an effort to protect the Boise River from a potential flood hazard in a flood event, the horse barns will be removed and the area is stabilized from future erosion and runoff to the river. Expo Idaho re-roof project will address insulation, decking, HVAC, curbing, will remove old asphaltic roof materials and replace with PVC rolled roofing system on both the Turf Club and main Expo buildings. Greenbelt Pathway Project. This project is located on a 1.64 mile segment of the Greenbelt Pathway on the south side of the Boise River between Garden City's western boundary and the City of Boise's wastewater treatment facility. The deteriorating existing asphalt pathway will be replaced with a wider 11-foot wide concrete pathway and will be used as a foundation for flood protection devices if future high water events require. Finally, the Juvenile Detention Outdoor Recreation Area project will increase limited outdoor recreation space and create opportunities for juvenile detainees. The primary goal of this project is to expand and improve access to available green spaces, add a new basketball court, and install a permanent shade canopy. Any questions on those projects? I know they were long and lengthy, but I thought it would be important to get them all in, so.
No.
Okay. The reason for the season, operation budget numbers. The last fully documented budget year is FY21. Operations responsibilities are many and again include new construction, remodeling, building maintenance of all types and scopes, utility billing, janitorial services, security, parking management, recycling, mail service, and personnel to provide these services. The usage of actual funding for FY22 is still in play and will be very similar to FY21 expenses except for the security line item that has now been transferred to the Ada County Sheriff's Office. The actual expenditures in FY21 were just under $12.7 million. Operations budget request for all supplementals in FY23 is a little over $1.5 million, adding the FY23 budget appropriation of $13.74 million to the overall operations budget. Request for FY23 is $15,268,597. Operations first supplemental request is for personnel. We are asking for $365,000 for 4 new full-time employees. The 4 positions requested in order of need are Senior Project Manager. This position will balance the management structure and operations due to the increasing number of projects. The Senior Project Manager will oversee 3 project managers and all construction and maintenance projects assigned. This position will report to the Director and Deputy Directors. Duties will include project assignments, project status, and financial reporting. This will be a working position and will require some direct project management and attending project-related meetings of other project managers. The Senior Project Manager will mirror the organizational structure that we currently have for the maintenance manager and maintenance personnel. Journeyman Electrician, Journeyman HVAC, and Painter. The 3 positions will allow operations to complete more projects in-house. Getting contractors to bid or show interest in small projects is becoming very problematic, and when they do, projects are very high. With these personnel, we can complete additional small projects in a more expeditious and cost-effective manner. Current staffing levels and vacancies, all 5 vacancies in operations are with our maintenance personnel. To be clear, the additional FTEs requested are for 1 new senior project manager, 2 journeymen, and 1 painter, 3 positions that are currently filled. Operations and Human Resources work together to perform a market salary analysis of our very critical department positions. We have been having problems recruiting skilled personnel and are trying to stabilize our current workforce with special salary adjustments. We cannot afford to lose any of our current skilled employees. HR findings were that many of our personnel are below market value or midline of their pay bands. Additionally, many of our current employees have significant years of service in their respective positions. We will be addressing all detention personnel with a $2 per hour pay differential that will stay with the position and will not be a percentage of wages, since the risk shared is the same amongst all employees stationed in detention areas. This will be easier to track and calculate wage structures for both operations and HR departments. No additional funding is required for this request. Internal operating budget efficiencies will be used to cover the additional costs and does not include any of the 3% operational and capital FY23 increases. Total cost, $193,226. I would especially like to thank Bethany Callie, Andrea Byrne, and Tia Molino for their help in this heavy lift. Total supplemental requests for FY23 are approximately $760,000, and this will increase the total operating budget to almost $6.6 million. Bruce, why is this so? And like everybody else, I think you're going to be hearing the same causation. The majority of operations remaining supplemental requests can be directly connected to inflationary pressures, contracts with service industries, and utility price increases. We did receive a 3% operating budget increase that will help, but operations have absorbed some of these prices in our current FY22 budget. The inflation rate for May is 8.6%, and we are experiencing pass-through expenses as a cost of doing business. These price escalations are unsustainable with current budget funding and are triple that of the additional FY23 3% budget allocation that will be shared by operating and capital expenditures. A rate increase by Idaho Power just went into effect June 1st. That will increase power costs 10 to 12% depending on the building and power usage. Additionally, construction cost increases have been problematic for operations and directly impact our metrics and objectives. The Bureau of Labor Statistics graph shows building material cost increases of 68% from April 2020 to April 2022. The trending graph increases are a national average that does not take local market pressures into consideration, which can be measurably higher, especially for labor. The stratospheric rise in costs does cause concern with operations' ability to forecast project costs. We are required to forecast costs a year or more in advance for future budgets. Estimating projects so far in advance of receiving contractor construction bids is tough even in a somewhat more stable economy. However, we are partnering with the Clerk's Office, Procurement, and Legal to present solutions and strategies to the Board of County Commissioners that will keep projects moving forward and assure opportunities are not missed. I would like to thank Kathleen Graves, Tim Sturgis, in the Auditor's Office, Bob Perkins in Procurement, and the prosecuting attorneys in the Civil Section for brainstorming sessions to help keep our projects funded and on track. Other challenges we face are long lead times in the supply chain that are adding to overall project durations. Example of long lead items are 16 to 20 weeks for HVAC equipment and 24 to 52 weeks for emergency generators. Operations budget for FY22 was approximately $13.7 million, and we're anticipating expenditures of over $15.2 for FY23. This budget represents very tight margins for the risk this department takes on every year. We need and spend what we ask for and are good stewards of our budget allocation. There have been discussions currently and in past budgets of departments' turnback of unused revenue at the end of fiscal years. Business requirements are such that we use any savings to cover unknown risks, emergencies, and additional requests by leadership, offices, and departments. Some risks that we deal with are equipment failures, utility increases, that's power, gas, water, and sewer, emergencies, and now severe inflation with almost all goods and services. What we could do with our FY20 budget expenses would now cost almost $600,000 more today. Any of these events may happen mid-year and will have to be addressed. The amount of turnback has been reduced over the past 3 budget years. What we don't want to do, and I believe the auditors will agree, is to open the budget back up to finance for any unforeseen needs. Operating budget supplemental request number 2 is for increased utility costs that range from 10 to 23% depending on specific utility. Total request is for approximately $372,000. Ongoing utility rate increases are set by municipalities and Public Utility Commission, and unfortunately are out of the control of operations. The rate increases have been significant over the past few fiscal years. The projected increases for listed utilities in FY23 are almost $300,000 alone. The utility cost summary shows total increases in utility costs starting in FY20 to FY23. Even with the majority of the 3% FY23 increase that will be applied to utilities, the FY23 supplemental request of $372,000 is needed to get to equilibrium. The new total budget of $625,295 is required to cover utility costs. Supplemental number 3 for ground maintenance, increased costs of $114,715. Contract bid amounts, even with competitive bidding, have significantly increased for maintenance contracts starting in FY23. The cost of doing business with workforce demands, inflationary pressures, and requiring additional funding to keep pace. Breakdown of the numbers using FY20 as a baseline shows the accumulation of inflation and increased business costs for grounds maintenance over the following fiscal years that no longer can be absorbed by our department's budget. Supplemental request number 4 for increased cost of cleaning contracts and is IBID of the previous supplemental request. Total amount of supplemental request number 4 is $61,550 due to vendor change and ongoing economic pressures. Again, the breakdown of the numbers using FY20 as baseline shows the accumulation of inflation and increased business costs for FY23 that can no longer be absorbed by our department's budget. Supplemental requests number 5 and 6 are on behalf of both the operations and IT departments. This service agreement with CompuNet will assure maintenance is continued for all Genetec security and Cisco audiovisual hardware and software. This is especially important for courtrooms that have a mix of equipment and will ensure we have quick response to any hardware and software issues with court hearings. The total request for this county-wide service agreement is $104,895. Supplemental request number 6 is for a service agreement with Audio Solutions, again on behalf of both the operations and IT departments, that will assure maintenance and services continue for all by-amp audio equipment. The courtrooms, hearing rooms, and some meeting rooms all have the same suite of by-amp and Cisco room kits installed. Quick responses are imperative for any hardware or software issues that impact legal hearings. We want to keep the judges as happy as we can. Total request for this county-wide service agreement is $69,000. Supplemental request number 7 is for increased cost of Allerton Direct Digital Controls, that's DDC, service and support agreement. DDC systems control most of our HVAC equipment. Operations has absorbed the cost and never formally budgeted for this expense in past fiscal years. This agreement has increased in cost by $12,000 for FY23, and we are requesting $37,315 to cover the total agreement costs. Capital budget request for FY23 is $400,000 to cover increased deferred maintenance costs. Supplemental number 8 for increased deferred maintenance costs are due again to inflationary supply chain and labor cost escalations. This is preventing operations from adhering to the plant, equipment, and systems end of useful life replacement schedule that our 7820 fund is used for. With long lead times from placement of order to equipment delivery, it's very important that operations stays ahead of HVAC equipment, roofing, and other infrastructure replacements prior to failure. If something fails and we have to wait 24 weeks for a replacement unit, we don't want to be in that position. It's not all bad news out there. I believe the budget outline from the auditor's office this year asked what would happen if supplemental requests went unfunded. Operations is always thinking outside the box with solutions and options. Here are some old school solutions and self-performing options that would require some help from other departments. Sorry for the gallows humor.
Which department would you like to direct these to?
To recap our additional budget requirements, supplemental requests are $1,524,878. Extraordinary requests, none. Capital improvement requests, none. Total budget review for FY23, personnel budget, $5.5 million, operating budget, $6.6 million, capital budget, $3.2 million. All-in budget for FY23, $15,268,797. Operations staff is our strength, and we need to retain and recruit skilled workers to provide the highest quality service in a responsive and effective manner. I would like to thank my very talented and dedicated staff that gets all the work done for Ada County. Operations department successes are directly dependent upon our staff and resources allocated to do so. Again, we thank the Board of County Commissioners, elected officials, and all Ada County departments for their continued support, interest, and assistance in our successful mission accomplishment. With that, I stand for questions.
Thank you.
You did it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce.
Yeah, you've got an aggressive agenda and aggressive budget, and obviously you've gone through, and that's the needs you think you're determined the county has needs for your service and for the service of the department. Any commissioners have any questions first?
Just in your slideshow, you have 8 supplemental requests, but on your cover sheet, it looks like there's only 7 listed.
Oh, the first one is personnel for the 4 additional positions. So that's the first one, and then there's 7 out of capital and operating.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
Go ahead.
number one, I didn't know we owned a penthouse in Paris.
Yes, we do.
Okay, that's no.
Yeah, I left some of my scalp in there, I'm sure.
So something like the sheriff's vehicle shop roof replacement, why wouldn't that just be in Dude Solutions and be part of our deferred maintenance line item?
Under roofing? Under roofing, I believe it is. We're going to tackle that with the next budget year.
With our.
Ongoing, yeah, we have an ongoing.
Okay, so that's part of
Yes.
the increase, okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, so you think that additional 400 will get you there?
That's just to keep us
Just to
even.
keep
We're
us
just
even.
trying to keep the boat from sinking right now. If you want the same level of projects that we've been able to tackle in past fiscal years, the funny thing about budgets, it's not just a one-way street. And as you remember, 2 budgets ago, we cut our budget. Once this economy deflates and gets back to reality, we could look at cutting our budget back some like we did in past budgets. But right now, just to maintain parity and give the level of service that Ada County's become accustomed to, we need that $400,000 for just fixing stuff and replacing stuff.
Okay. I'm just looking at the 2 categories, buildings and improvements versus deferred maintenance, and trying to figure out what your definition is that goes in one versus the other.
Yeah, we have a separate budget for roofing, and we have a separate budget for capital improvements.
Okay, that's probably just the way this is laid out. We can
Yeah.
chat later.
I
Okay.
think there's 800,000 currently,
Currently 800, yeah, and you're going to go, yeah.
7820, right?
No, I think that's wise. I don't have any questions. I just really want to express my gratitude and appreciation to you and your team. You guys with a small team, we're doing a lot. I know we ask a lot, and we're going to be putting more on your plate with our ARPA meetings coming up and more ARPA projects. So just let us know when you
ARPA
need
Park.
ARPA what?
ARPA Park.
Yeah.
ARPA Park.
Let us know when you need a slide like Bethany's with like, hand above, barely above water. Thank you, Bruce, appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah,
I'll now
that's-
turn it over to Tom Ati to go over the solid waste budget.
Okay. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Keep that tie, looks good.
He's not impressed.
He's gonna go take it off right now. Hey, Tom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Please excuse my voice. I'm just getting over influenza A, not the COVID. Got checked multiple times for that one. Today, I will be presenting to you the solid waste budget, and with that, I'm going to get started. As you know, the mission statement of the landfill and solid waste in general is to be proactive in the management of the county's disposal facility and enforce applicable codes, provide reasonably priced and environmentally acceptable methods for disposal of solid waste and hazardous materials for all county residents and businesses. The services that we provide include the maintenance of a sanitary landfill and acceptable waste generated by the county, operation of a permanent year-round disposal for household hazardous waste and small business hazardous waste, contractual oversight of the franchised trash collection of the unincorporated areas of Ada County, on-site recycling programs for wood, tires, automotive batteries, refrigerators, and air conditioners, as well as be an educational resource for local schools and service groups. The core values of the landfill, aside from just being reduce, reuse, and recycle, are to be the environmentally sustainable solution while encouraging sustainable diversion and recycling programs. The long-term goals of the landfill are to prolong the life of the landfill through education and sustainable diversion. We also want to maintain economic sustainability through regulatory compliance and maintain relationships with our community partners to ensure community transparency. How do we track how we're doing? Well, the easiest way to do it is to track the tons of waste that are coming in compared to the population of the county. With that said, we also like to track how many of those tons we can fit into a standard cubic yard. We also measure our success through regulatory inspections, and I would like to say that this year we have had Central District Health and DEQ come up, and we have had 2 perfect inspections. What are some of our accomplishments for FY22? Well, aside from those 2 perfect inspections, I'd also like to point out the purchase of a new D8T trash bulldozer that is specifically designed to work in trash. It has really improved our efficiency on the active working phase, as well as our 730 dump truck for construction projects. I would also like to point out our internal promotions that we had for our operations manager, Justin McConnell, who is sitting right back there, and also our environmental compliance manager, Dustin Toledo, whom you both met. And we've also striven this year to improve our communication between our management team and our frontline staff to just make things a little bit better and make sure that all of our operators and all of our staff understand their importance to the job at the landfill. Moving right into things, our capital improvement requests this year are as follows. Our hangar demolition for $252,000, our education and outreach building, which would fall in the neighborhood of $1.8 million. That is just a kind of price of concept at this point. Perimeter odor detection, which is one of the things we'd like to get a little bit deeper into. Our rain sheet installation, which is a way to reduce the amount of leachate that is generated by rain falling on the landfill. And then our solar and wind power projects that have been discussed with the building of our new combined operations and administrative building. Inside, as we dig deeper into our capital projects, they're divided into 4 main categories: machinery and equipment, smaller vehicle purchases, what we need for the administration, and any future capital projects that we would like to put into our purview. Our capital expenses for this year are $5,217,144. They include all the following. What you saw in those CIPs are the demolition of our hangar building, which is a very old building on site, with the construction of our new combined operations and administrative building. We don't really need that building anymore. We'd like to demolish the building so that it doesn't become an eyesore or something dangerous as it begins to rot over time and being in disuse. Our education center, as you also may have known, a big part of what we want to do is to improve the amount of education that the residents of Ada County have on how solid waste works and what they can do. With that, we have proposed to renovate our old administrative building into the new education center, and this includes the price of those renovations and the construction of exhibits associated with that building.
Just to be clear, this is not the cost of a new building, this is the cost of renovating?
This is renovation, exhibits, site redesign. This is a whole a bevy of things associated with that. Perimeter odor detection. What is very important to us is being good neighbors to the community around us. We do get odor complaints. Oftentimes we have difficulty in determining where that odor has emanated. Perimeter odor detection will actually enable us to see and monitor if any gas is actually leaving the perimeter of the landfill. We'd like to have that so we can pinpoint where it's coming from and how to best eliminate it. That rain sheet installation, I don't know why I want to keep saying installation, that is to cover all the areas of the landfill that directly inject into the leachate. So we would be covering the north slope of stages 1 and 2. We'd be covering the inflow slopes which are on the south side of the landfill. Areas that really we try to cover everything that we're not actively working on or does not have what is considered intermediate cover on it. So that would prevent infiltration of water really through everywhere other than the active working face of the landfill. The solar and wind power was a supplemental that we put into our combined operations and administrative building. It just seemed like a good thing to do to reduce costs and show that the landfill is more environmentally friendly and than just a place to have trash buried and have some recycling occur. The automated gas field management system is a way to decrease the amount of staff hours that it takes to change our well system around. One of the duties we have at the landfill is to monitor and continue to extract gas as it's created from both the hidden hollow cell and the NRC. And one of the things we have to do is make sure that gas is within compliance for how it comes out. So we have multiple staff who go through and change wellheads and make adjustments often. This automated gas field management system would reduce a lot of that, as it would allow us to computer control those wellheads and open and close them as necessary depending on how the gas composition changes. And finally, as you know, we've been working on an alternative daily foam cover project. We wanted to include the funding to purchase that foam in our upcoming fiscal year. We are hoping that the program is successful, and on the off chance that it is, we wanted to make sure we had that funding so we could continue to use the foam in next fiscal year. So what are some new things you'll be seeing in next fiscal year? One of the big ones will be a new reporting structure at the landfill. We're trying to create more field leadership and a more durable structure so that our frontline employees feel like they're supported in their daily activities and understand their value. So we want to make sure that what is going on is durable. And in the unlikely event that upper management changes occur, we want to make sure that those employees are backed up and have something durable to hold on to and lean on while they're working, so that the continuation of accepting and burying trash at the landfill will not be in any way impugned. We'll also be working on concrete and clean soil diversion. One of the nice things that came out of our contract renewal period was the ability to, in concert with Timber Creek Recycling, take from our concrete pilot program and actually be able to remove that material, process it on site, and then remove it as well. And that it would be at no additional cost, and it is in our intent to renew and also have a clean soil diversion of the same basic principle. If we can take material that is non-contaminated clean soil and add that to our diversion so as not to have to bury that material either. And finally, as our tower project continues, which you saw on the operations slideshow, once we get that wireless net all throughout the landfill, we'll be able to finally fulfill our ticket verification and modification. So if a person comes to the landfill and says they have product A and they want to dump it over here, well, we can verify that and modify their ticket as necessary. For example, someone brings in a load of concrete, they think it has to go to the landfill. Well, on site, we can get them over to diversion instead. Our total budget request for this year is $18,184,112. That is also, ironically, exactly how much we intend to get in revenue. That is based on a forecast of 627,038 tons, which may seem like a lot, but right now we're on pace to get 611,000 through the end of this fiscal year. That is broken down into a personnel budget of $3,548,816, an operating budget of $9,624,957, and a capital budget of $5,010,339. As you know, we are an enterprise fund, so the vast majority of our revenue comes from those tipping fees. It's trash that is coming into the landfill. That's why I've specifically mentioned those 627 some odd thousand tons. 97% of our revenue does come from those tipping fees, and the other little tiny bit, Excel wouldn't let me do numbers lower than 1%, is divided up amongst investments that we have in our funds for long-term projects, our landfill gas revenue, and a small amount of revenue we get from some of the recycling and diversion that we do on site. The personnel budget we're asking for this year is $3,548,816. Our current staffing budget is $2,918,711. You'll notice that's an addition of $630,105 to cover 8 new positions, 1 reclassification, and 22 special salary adjustments. As you probably saw earlier, getting and retaining staff has been a little bit difficult, and we are looking for ways to be able to make sure we, reward the staff that are there for their continued loyalty to the county and their continued service, and also be able to entice other people to want to come to the county and become part of our landfill family. And with Bruce coming up and really helping out recently, he and I have done some additional analysis of exactly what was needed. Unfortunately, this was done after our PBS submission, so we are looking to also make an additional budget request that was discussed that will cost us approximately $375,000. These requests that we're working on right now are currently under review by Human Resources. We're in discussions with Legal, Human Resources, and the Auditor's Office regarding the wages for these, the need for these, and overall just how we can get them. And we will have a final presentation of this request for you during the current budget deliberation season. It's not quite ready for prime time right now just because the wages are still getting reviewed, but it will be ready for you still during budget deliberations. Now, you may be asking yourself, what were those 8 new positions on that first PBS slide? Those are 4 heavy equipment operators. These will help us reduce the need to drive wheeled vehicles onto trash. What we're looking for is just getting 2 for each of our shifts and having them be able to just assist with tasks of spreading dirt and getting more material done and just doing the additional work that we're a little bit stretched to do right now. These will also allow our employees to be able to get sick, take days off, have vacation, and not have to worry about the stress that they're causing to their fellow employees by reducing staff and having a shorthanded crew have to handle what they're doing normally. 3 environmental operators. These are due fully to the new EPA regulations in subset 000, excuse me, it's not 000s. The number of service emission points that have to be monitored went from around 500 and jumped all the way up to 1,200, and these people are needed just to be able to keep up with those regulatory requirements. And then finally, 1 landfill operator to join our construction side. A big part of getting all that additional tonnage is the fact that the landfill is expanding faster, and the need to dig and create our horizontal gas collection lines has gone up, and we need additional construction staff to help us achieve those goals. With all that personnel ask, you're probably wondering what we hope to get out of that, and I'd like to go over that specifically with you. Our biggest goal is to keep up with the increased demand on the landfill. With the tonnage that's coming in now, it was no one ever anticipated this kind of tonnage this quickly. And we are just, as more tons come in, we need more people to handle that tonnage that comes in. We also want to be able to create a durable structure to support our operators, as I mentioned earlier, so that they feel that what they're doing is important and they're supported in case something does go wrong and they need some help. We would also like to be able to do more of our own construction in-house.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Can you back up? What does that mean?
Which
Create
part?
durable structure to support operations.
We would just want to have a layer of leadership in the field leadership so that if something happens during work, during the day, there's someone they can just immediately go to if they have a question about a technique for, why are we packing this in this direction? Why is our slope grade going to go like this instead of like this? It's just
Okay, so human support.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Sorry. I should have been more
durable.
specific.
I'm like, kind of threw me there.
Understood.
Okay, thanks.
You may remember we just had to bid out our topsoil stripping project. We would like to have enough staff to be able to do those projects ourselves and not have to outsource things like topsoil stripping or doing rock removal, any sort of our smaller construction projects like that, we'd like to be able to handle in-house and have the staff to do it. We also have a bunch of equipment that we have leased and have bought, and we'd like to be able to maintain that. And a big part of our personnel request is adding mechanics to our staff. We've got lube techs right now. We'd like to change that around to having mechanics that can also lubricate vehicles and do associated preventative maintenance on them. And then lastly, we'd like to have staff to support those additional diversion goals that we've talked to. Any place we have at the landfill where material can be dropped other than the face requires employees to be there to monitor what material is dropped so the wrong stuff doesn't get dropped, in the simplest of terms. Our operating budget this year is asked at $9,624,957. That is to do the daily runnings of running a landfill. Digging horizontals, which you'll see in that upper left, working on stage 4, which is coming next fiscal year. That rain sheet installation, which is that middle picture, that we'll be putting more of that rain sheet back in. Well monitoring and maintenance, which is the picture in the upper right-hand corner. And then gas testing, field maintenance, all of the work on our water and gas wells, which is the bottom right-hand corner picture. I wanted to go down how our capital is broken down just so you understand where I'm trying to put all that money. 2% of that is going into vehicle purchases for the upcoming year. About 16% of that is going to capital improvements, which are things such as wellheads getting raised up above ground, or rain sheet, we consider that a capital improvement. Building improvements would be things like renovating the education center or tearing down the old hangar. And then finally, North Ravine Cell, that's pieces that are coming in where we're actually going to be building out and improving things that are happening in our active landfill cell. With that, I will stand for any additional questions.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So are you including in your, back to the previous slide if you wouldn't mind, please?
Yep.
Are you including the money you're putting in towards the future landfill into capital improvements?
Yes.
That's in that 16%?
Yep.
And that's going to stay at 150 approximately?
No, we would like to, we're going to kind of appraise, and we'd like to actually be able to move money in there every single month and have that go over it, but we're not sure exactly how much it'll be each month, so we wanted to put in a safe amount that we will absolutely move in at once per year.
Okay, are you working with the SWAC on what that amount should be? Because it correlates them with their tipping fees.
Yes, yes, actually we are. We've talked to them a little bit about it, but we're trying to get on a handle on what they think tipping fees should be first. We know what we know what we need, and we're trying to make sure that they understand why we need it and what seems right to them. That's the roadblock we've had with SWAC so far, is getting agreement on where they think tipping fees should be for each commodity type.
So, for example, the education center, and that's a pretty hefty amount, 1.8 million. What, have you had conversations with the SWAC about that, and do they feel that that's a need, a community need, and that it should be built into the tipping fees?
We haven't had conversations about that exact cost, but we've had conversations about the need for education. And Boise and Meridian are two cities that are very on board with that and think that it's just the greatest thing going. Eagle Star have been a little bit more ambivalent to it. They think it's a good idea, but they haven't really had any big yes or no's to it. And Garden City doesn't seem to care at all.
Well, I think I'm a little bit concerned here because before it comes to us in the budget for thumbs up or not, most of these are thoroughly vetted by SWAC. And I don't want us to be in a position where we're saying, yeah, we're going to spend 1.8 million, and then we bump up tipping fees, and this really hasn't been thoroughly vetted with the SWAC team. So I'm going to ask that we kind of put a circle around that 1.8 million on the education center. It's a hefty price tag. I think this board needs to look at the design. And you said there's a lot of displays. We haven't seen anything. And so I feel like it's just kind of premature to throw it in here without running it through SWAC or having any input.
Understood. To assuage your fears slightly on having to increase tipping fees, this budget is based on that $29 rate not having any change whatsoever.
Okay. I just, yeah, I don't think anybody likes surprises, so.
Absolutely.
I know we had a couple of years ago, we had the cities in here not very happy with us because they felt like they weren't involved enough in those conversations through SWAC. So I just want to make sure that we continue to communicate really closely with our sister cities that are paying those fees.
100%.
And then finally, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
on the revenues that we generate on our on our generators right now, but we're going to have the RNG project hopefully come online. Do those, and this may be a question for Phil and Trent and Kathleen, do those have to go into the enterprise fund? Because it's almost like a separate business. Could those revenues that are generated be put into a general fund or an energy fund or something else? Or do they have to be dedicated to the enterprise fund?
They would be dedicated to the enterprise fund
Because,
because it's, unless I'm misunderstanding, it's things that are being, it's the energy that's being generated from the landfill itself. Did I misunderstand what this was?
right, it's just, I see it as kind of a second business. It's almost like a second
Right,
type of business.
But those costs are going to help then, or those revenues are going to help extend the life of the landfill by being able to put money into being able to find a new site and do construction for the
so
new
we need to
cell.
put 'em in there.
Post-closure, closure, those are huge costs. So they need everything that they can just within the landfill itself.
Okay.
Within the funds there.
That's all for me.
Okay. Do you have any questions, Commissioner?
So, the hangar demolition for $252,000, there's no way we could demolish that with our own equipment out there?
It would first require asbestos remediation, and we thought that was a relatively low cost, but theoretically we could, but we definitely have to get it remediated before we could. We don't have a lot of good demolition. We're more into the building, digging holes and putting things in them, not a lot of good tear down equipment.
I don't think we want to go down that path. I think that puts us at risk. That's not the business we're in, and that equipment isn't set up to do that.
Anything else?
No, that's all I had.
Where's that new RNG facility supposed to be built?
Just a little bit north of the current hangar location.
Yeah, I thought it was in a similar area, same area. Okay. Well, I don't have any questions.
Just have one more
Okay, go
follow-up
ahead.
question. Are you kind of tracking where we're at in terms of when we took Push and Pack in-house and the estimates at the time were that we were going to save about $6 million over the term of the contract, that when we got the bid that came in, it was high, and that's when we made that decision. Now with all the additional vehicles you have to purchase, et cetera, are we doing any kind of analysis on that, ongoing analysis on whether it behooves us to continue to keep it in-house?
That analysis is currently ongoing. We just started that about a month and a half ago.
Oh, great, okay, look forward to it. Thanks.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
If I may, just to note, I think one of the things that we just want to keep an eye on over time is, it was alluded, and I know the team out there is aware, but just you mentioned the tipping fees, but both the closure costs, I know they're keeping a close eye on that, but just the acquisition of any new land in the future, right? Because one of the things that's being tracked is, as you alluded to, right, is it's filling faster than any estimates ever predicted, right? Even with recent evaluations, it's still, you're getting more construction material and other things. And so Kathleen and I had a lengthy discussion with Ryan Thurman about it, and it's just one of the things we need to keep an eye on because we're going to end up needing to acquire land much sooner than we would like.
Right, I think we're looking at a possible regional solution.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking at a regional solution, and we have set up a sinking fund, have we not, or at least a
We have
replacement fund?
funds. The question is whether they're filling fast enough. Like,
You say
they were
we need-
originally projected for 2080, and it will be much sooner than that we will actually need to tap into those funds.
But this phone thing may extend it a little bit, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, that is part of the purpose of the phone. Okay,
So if you take Compass's projections, right, to, I think, 2050, we're looking at 1.2 million. 2065, we're looking at 1.6 million people. Are those the numbers that you're using to project out where we're going to be with the closure and the building of the new one?
We're using those, and we're also looking at what has come in versus how much more tonnage we're getting. And the construction is still what's hurting us the most. It's not necessarily all the people once they move in, it's the buildings getting built in the first place.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, look forward to that.
Thank you.
all right, thank you, Tom.
I'm going to turn it over to Shara Roberts. Let me get her set up.
Hello, Shara. How are
Chair,
you?
members of the board, I'm good. How are you?
Welcome to our room.
Yes, thank you for having me. I've had the opportunity to lead the Billing Services Enterprise Fund for the last 2 years. And during last year's presentation, I shared concerns regarding the amount of growth our office was experiencing and how that growth was putting a strain on our team. Despite all that growth, our office had stood at standstill in terms of personnel, technology, and innovation. And thanks to your support, we've been able to address those concerns, and I look forward to sharing with you today the progress we've made. First, I'll begin by sharing a little bit about our office and the service we provide to the community. In 2005, Ada County adopted a solid waste ordinance to establish sanitary standards and a method of collection and disposal of waste for the promotion of individual community health and the prevention and spread of dangerous and contagious diseases. This ordinance requires all residences in Ada County to have weekly trash removal, and it obligates our office to ensure that service is provided for each household. The primary function of our office is to handle accurate and timely bill generation and payment processing for residential and commercial solid waste services in unincorporated Ada County. We are responsible for maintaining an up-to-date and accurate billing database, collecting and accounting for all those customer payments, and making sure the landfill and the contracted waste hauler are paid timely. We also serve as an intake center for customer service questions and concerns related to solid waste collection, and we try to engage and educate these individuals on county initiatives, projects, and programs. We also provide financial and contractual oversight and work hard to address compliance issues relative to the mandatory solid waste ordinance and the county's contract with Hardin Sanitation. During this time last year, we projected we'd reach 21,000 accounts. So far in FY22, we've exceeded that number by 621. 633 of these are commercial customers, and 20,998 of those are residential households. By the end of this fiscal year, we are estimating an additional 200 new accounts. Who we are. We are on a mission to provide exceptional trash and recycling services at an affordable price that protects, preserves, and improves the environment and the quality of life in our community. Our vision is to enhance customer service by bringing together people, technology, and we value accountability, efficiency, innovation, and teamwork. When it comes to long-term goals and objectives, we plan on prioritizing the following areas in the coming years. Our number one priority was to equip our office with adequate space and staffing to meet business needs and functionality. And I'll discuss this a little further in detail as one of our current accomplishments for this year. Now that we've provided adequate office space and staffing, we plan on really focusing on reevaluating our current systems and processes. The goal is to ensure those systems and processes we are using are the most efficient way for our team to accomplish everyday tasks in serving customers. Next, we plan to increase coordination among other county departments, specifically the landfill, local cities, schools, neighborhoods, and trash haulers to support new diversion projects in our existing waste management system. Currently, we already provide education on things such as fall leaf collection, Christmas tree recycling, proper battery disposal, and orange bag recycling. And then further down the road, I'd like to see us establish a more formal way of gauging customer satisfaction, perhaps through an annual customer satisfaction survey. Metrics for success. You may recall the story of Andy during last year's presentation. And today I have more stories to share with you on how we've partnered with Hardin Sanitation to deliver an essential service to the public in a way that's far more than just getting a job done. They truly take the time to make a difference in the everyday lives of the citizens they serve. And by doing this, they make all of our jobs easier. Thank you for everyone at Hardin Sanitation for truly going the extra mile when it comes to customer satisfaction. In the top left corner, you'll see a picture of Derek and his mom. Hardin surprised Derek on his birthday with an invitation to come see how the trash trucks worked, and he absolutely loved this experience. In the top right-hand corner, you'll see a picture of Andy, driver Andy. He takes care of his customers with passion day in and day out, especially the children. Included in the picture is Sullivan and his family on his 4th birthday, hanging out with his idol Andy and sporting new Hardin swag. In the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see a picture of another driver by the name of Jose. His customer says the following: "Our driver has on many occasions seen that our trash was not out and waited a few moments until we could bring it to the curb. mostly last year and a couple times this year. We've been putting it out the night before more consistently now, and he always waves to my kids as they wave excitedly out the window. Thank you. Down on the bottom, you'll see Jolie pictured, and Mom says garbage day is a huge deal at our house. Every week as the garbage man comes around the corner, Jolie runs out to watch him. She's done this for a little over a year now, and they usually wave to each other, and sometimes he even honks the horn for her. Big excitement when that happens. Today, she got an extra special gift from the garbage man. He took the time to stop his route and give her her very own Hardin Sanitation vest. This was such a cool surprise and so special. Thank you so much to Scott at Hardin Sanitation for making our daughter's day. She will be sure to wear it every garbage day. Since implementation of our live chat service on our website, we've responded to 244 total chats, receiving a 5-star chat rating based on responsiveness, knowledge, and friendliness. We've been able to respond to quick inquiries for broken wheels, replacement carts, extra cart orders, recycling questions, how to set up automatic payments, redirecting a customer if we don't provide their trash. One customer writes, she was wonderful and came to a resolution very quickly, while another customer writes, super easy and excellent to work with. This is the part of the presentation I'm most excited to share with you today. We've been able to implement these accomplishments with little to no cost. The first one is name change. During last year's budget presentation, I explained a common misunderstanding about Ada County Billing Services was we were the bill collectors for all things related to county government, and we were receiving a lot of inquiries and payments for property tax payments, court fines, landfill payments, and so on. And so with your support, we renamed our office from Ada County Billing Services to Ada County Trash Billing to provide more clarity for the public on what it is that we bill for. This is starting to decrease the number of incorrect interactions we receive, which helps free up our staff time. Next is office space. Our team used to be in a very confined closet-sized space within the courthouse, which did not adequately house needed staff, computer equipment, our mail opener, the scanner and jogger we use to process all of our payments, and supply storage. In the summer of 2021, we relocated our office to the Ada County Indigent Services building, where there was space and desks available. It's been a huge improvement for our staff and our customers. We've had several in-person customers comment on the efficiency of just being able to walk in and hand a payment to somebody or drop it off in our convenient payment drop box in our lobby. We are grateful to the clerk's office, the operations team, and the IT team for assisting with this move. More importantly, we're extremely grateful to the staff at Indigent Services and the Board of Community Guardians, who I feel have welcomed us with open arms and included us in their employee recognition events, which has helped my small team be part of a bigger thing here at the county. Staffing levels. Staffing has been our biggest accomplishment thanks to your support. In total customer touch points, we've seen an increase of 43% from FY18 to FY21. Customer touch points include the phone calls, the emails, the live chats. We have a straightforward budget, but each time a home is sold, rented, we have a lot of moving parts. Each day, staff's interacting with title companies, property management companies, their owners, and their tenants. Prior to you approving a new position, the combination of static staffing with increased account and customer interactions led to a situation in which all of our staff were spending a majority of the time on customer service and pulling them away from their specific responsibilities and roles which are critical to the success of our office. Also, there were times we were unable to provide adequate office coverage with 2.5 people when employees needed to be away from the office. When employees did take time off, it placed an even larger burden on remaining staff. And because of that, employees were hesitant about scheduling time away, and this contributed to burnout. Once we completed that relocation, we had space to bring on a new position. And since January, we've brought on a new finance system specialist, which replaced somebody that retired. So we've onboarded and trained him. And we also brought on a full-time customer service specialist, which is the new position you guys approved last year. That person's being trained on assisting with the influx of customer interactions, and that creates that opportunity for specialized staff to focus on critical financial tasks and the manager to focus on strategic projects to improve the program, create efficiencies and cost savings. I'm happy to report we're a full team of 3.5 people with no current vacancies and beginning to operate at a much more manageable level. In FY21, we did receive $40,000 in grant funding from Keep America Beautiful for the implementation of the Hefty Energy Bag program. At that time, we sent out a one-time voucher to all residential customers with their bill, which was good for one package of Hefty Energy bags. Although many customers did redeem those, we still had about $13,950 of unspent grant funding, which we were able to roll over into this current fiscal year. So we went to work with the county's procurement team and we identified a vendor that we could purchase a bulk order from. So we now have a display set up in our front lobby where customers can come pick up one free package of Hefty Energy bags per household while these supplies last. We've included this information on the face of our residential bills and on our website, and we continue to include an educational flyer for each new customer welcome packet for people moving into the area who may not be familiar with the program. One area we have seemed to struggle with is our current payment portal. The technology is it's not user-friendly, and as a result, we receive many phone calls, emails, and live chats from frustrated customers who are just trying to pay a trash bill. This past year, we've been working on data testing and functionality of converting to a new payment portal, which is Point and Pay, and it's similar to what the Treasurer's Office uses to collect property tax payments. We are scheduled to launch this new portal on July 1st of this year. The last accomplishment I'd like to highlight is hybrid working. During COVID, our team was able to operate by working a hybrid schedule. If your role within our office and the tasks you are responsible for still meet operational need, we continue to offer employees the option to work remotely 2 days a week, unless there's a need that arises for them to physically be in the office. Employees report they're experiencing added benefits by not having the stress of commuting 5 days a week in high traffic, bad weather, or after dark. Not having to get ready in the morning or commute adds to the time they have available in the day, and this contributes to healthier work-life balance and a cost savings on eating out, clothing, and gas money. If an employee feels unwell, they're more likely to keep working from home if they don't have to get ready and travel or spread something to their coworkers. We've experienced several occasions when employees working in the office had to step outside because of a power outage or fire alarm, and they became unavailable to staff at that time. But because we still had people working remotely, there was no interruption to customer service. It's also allowed for certain employees to work after hours when needed to process our month end and our monthly quarterly billing. Prior to that, it had to be done during the day, and it would lock out the rest of the staff from being able to help customers. Okay, now we're going to get into total budget request. Trash billing is a self-supporting enterprise fund, therefore no tax dollars are allocated. 99.2% of revenue is made up of billing receipts, while only 0.6% is made up from certification fees for unpaid balances that are certified to the property tax roll, and 0.2% is made up from investment interest. In terms of expenses, 95.4% of the budget is made up of operating capital, while only 4.6% is for personnel. The increase in revenue is not a result of increasing service rates to customers. Residential trash and recycling costs remain at $19.57 a month, or roughly $4.89 a week. The last time a customer rate increase took effect was around November of 2018. Each year, we add approximately 800 to 900 new customer accounts, which drives both that increase in expense and revenue. For FY23, we're requesting a total of $6,912,472 with revenue equaling expense. There are no supplemental requests, no extraordinary operating expenses, and no capital improvement programs. We were asked to identify expenses which remain flat, where we've implemented savings and where we're seeing increases. Legal services, postage, and tipping fees remain level. Even with additional accounts, we're promoting automatic payments and electronic statements, which is why you don't see postage listed as an increase. We worked with the landfill to identify a budget number for tipping fees this coming fiscal year, and there's indication to keep it level at this time. Areas we're seeing savings are administrative costs, computer and equipment, software, and personnel. Last year, we converted a lot of our paper processes and forms to electronic, which has saved office supplies, printing, postage, and staff time. Right now, we do have all the needed computer equipment and software, so we were able to budget a little less this coming year. We also had a longtime county employee retire, which contributed to a savings in personnel, even with the addition of the new position. To best understand our request, it's directly connected to the growth of our area. For our office, that means an increase in number of households, accounts, revenue, and customer touch points. We've assessed the need for roughly $380,796 in extra expense for increased hauling costs. This includes a 5% CPI increase requested by the hauler, which we will present for your consideration at a future open business meeting. If approved by the board, we have the increased revenue to offset this due to the increase in new accounts. It do not need to increase rates to our customers at this time. We will continue to monitor the stabilization of the enterprise fund and present a rate increase if we think it's needed, simultaneously researching how our rates compare to local cities. I think the main takeaway from this year's presentation is the small improvements we've made in a short time are making a difference in building a better foundation for this office. Although things continue to grow, basic needs and resources to operate are covered at this time, staffing is full and stable, and the enterprise fund continues to trend upward. I would like to see our staff remain full and stable and advocate for the consideration of the COLA merit increase for county employees and the continuation of remote hybrid working when feasible. When we take care of our greatest assets, they take care of all of the jobs that make up our great community. Thank you to my small but mighty team for having faith and leadership for better days. And thank you for listening to my concerns and for all of the support this last year. That's all I have, and I'd be happy to help answer any questions.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any questions from the commission?
No, I'm just going through your operating budget, and it looks like what makes up the bulk of it obviously is Hardin at 4.5 in the tipping fees at the landfill, right?
Correct.
About 5.5 something, so maybe close to 6 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because it's hard, it's interesting to look at a budget like this where you have such a tiny amount for personnel, right? And this giant amount for operating, but
Yeah.
with those two large items, yeah, it makes sense. So you're comfortable at the 4 employees, and does this, on the reorg, the proposed reorg, does this or your budget include what that's gonna look like? Okay, it's not in this one, it doesn't affect this one, okay, great. So, thanks for your good work this year.
You're very welcome.
Commissioner Davidson, do you have any questions?
No, just thank you for your presentation, and I'm glad you're doing good in the new office space there. And we're all happy for the change and just all the good work you do. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes, as it turns out, that was a great move for you and your customers, because they don't have to go through a metal detector to come and pay the trash bill,
I appreciate that.
Sure they do.
which was nice. I'm sure the customers appreciate it even more.
Yes.
That actually come in person and pay the bills. Anyway, I don't have any questions. I just want to again thank you and compliment you for the work you do for the county. I'm sure that they appreciate your quality service as well.
Thank you for all the support. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, it's about time for us to take a clerk break for the And
So
we-
Steve, you and Bethany.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Juvenile Services, headed by Director Allison Tate, is made up of 4 divisions: detention, probation, programs, and support services. The department follows best practices to offer evidence-based services to youth and families. Detention provides for the care and well-being of incarcerated youth while helping to ensure community safety. Detention staff provide a safe and secure setting, address medical and behavioral health needs, and provide nutritionally balanced meals to youth who they care for. Educational services are provided by the Boise School District. Detention staff work closely with other juvenile services divisions, justice partners, and community providers to facilitate access to youth in an effort to increase meaningful connections with community resources to support stability in the community. Probation provides a community-based diversion program along with best practice supervision strategies for youth with court-ordered probation terms. Family engagement and graduated responses are critical for best outcomes. Probation also works with partners, including school and law enforcement, to promote prevention and early intervention services. Programs provide screenings and assessments for the court, substance abuse treatment services, mental health counseling, alternative school education for youth on probation, victim services, and community services programming. These programs foster youth and family growth, insight, and rehabilitation. The Support Services Unit is responsible for supporting the department's other 3 divisions in areas of budget and finance, training, project management, and data analysis. The department partners with other entities such as the Ada County Prosecutor's Office, Public Defender, 4th District Court, the State Departments of Health and Welfare and Juvenile Corrections, and local law enforcement agencies and schools. Juvenile is a department within the current expense fund, part of the 3% cap. Budget for FY23 has been submitted at $11,531,312, $998,810 over the appropriation total. Personnel supplementals include 14 new positions, all detention officers for a cost of $930,710. Then on the operating side, there are 3 supplementals. These are all one-time costs. PC replacements, $28,100, a cage car replacement, $35,000, and detention courtyard revitalization, $5,000. Below is the budget to actual history from 18 to current and the number of staff. At this point, I'd like to introduce Allison Tate, who will present the juvenile court services budget.
Thank you, Kathleen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Allison. Welcome to our chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I did bring a little treat just to sweeten things up. I thought maybe you might need a little bit of help, and since your COO didn't appear to be doing anything but watching, he's going to deliver it for me.
He's going to distribute them out, huh?
Wild blueberry Danish kringle that actually my brother drove in today for you.
Oh, looks good.
Good, thank you. What's the filling?
Huckleberry.
Blueberry. It's actually, it says wild blueberry. It should be huckleberry, exactly. Yep, I thought that same thing. That's what it says on the package. Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. All right, let's get started. So it is my pleasure to be here with you this afternoon to present the FY23 budget for your Juvenile Services Department. Let's start out with our brand new vision. We did some work on vision and values this spring. Still working on values, but our new vision is inspiring hope for the future. Our goal is to inspire hope in the youth and families that we serve, our own employees, and all of our partners as we move toward best practices in youth justice. So you'll be seeing more of this. This is a simple org chart for juvenile services, starting with our probation department, our probation division, 36 employees, is led by Lael Hansen, who's here with us today in the audience. As you heard, probation, in addition to having a community-based diversion program, also promotes best practices in supervision, including graduated responses for youth on probation. Our detention division, just arrived, is Jessica Barowet. That's our largest division. Our detention officers, and I think as you know, you've met quite a few of them over the last year and had a tour of detention. Our detention officers, our medical staff, our kitchen staff provide a caring and safe and secure environment for the kids that are detained and in our custody. Our programs division, 21 people, currently is led by Jeff Schatz. That division provides screening and assessment for court orders. They also provide community service programs, victim services, counseling, and treatment. We do have currently 113 employees, so people in seats, current employees. We have 126 FTEs. We'll talk about that shortly. A few of those are grant funded, and we don't actually have enough money to employ employees in those positions.
So your FTEs are, I show 148.
It probably includes cigarette and block grant.
Yep.
These are the grant
Yes.
positions too.
Yes, included in everything that I've submitted to you.
And additionally, we have, we just did some cleanup, and we're going to do some more cleanup this summer. We have 2 employees who have, or at least 1 employee who has dual funding sources, and the way the system's set up, they have 2 different PCNs. They start in one and move to one later on in the year. We had 2 PCNs that we gave up last year that were still in the system. We realized they hadn't been cleaned up, so we're in the process of doing that all right now. So that's why I spoke mostly to how many employees we actually have employed. FY22 was a great year in juvenile services, and we thank you for your support for all the things that we've been able to accomplish. One of our goals that we discussed with you last year was focusing on educating our internal and external partners. So some things we did toward that goal are we brought in a nationally acclaimed speaker, Jack Martin, to talk about some best practices and initiatives in youth justice. Commissioner Beck was able to be present for that program, and we also trained our partners and some folks from the community. We did training for SROs in every law enforcement agency here in Ada County. We presented to every sworn Boise police officer at their spring in-service training this year. That was about 14 separate presentations. We've done a number of lunches with our assigned magistrate judges, guests, and our own staff. We continue to provide handouts and information sheets both to our partners that we work with internally, external partners, and we will be doing so as we move toward what we'll talk about in just a second, which is exciting. We're also able to provide some really nice data right now, beautiful data, and we're providing better and more clear informational materials for families. Another goal that we spoke about last year was strengthening our community relationships. To that end, and many members of our staff have taken part in this, had one-on-one meetings, in-person meetings with the Boise School District to start with. They do provide teachers for our education program in detention. In fact, I'm presenting to their executive staff on Monday morning. And we also have been working with them to partner to provide some better outcomes for youth. Additionally, we've had in-person meetings with the Idaho Youth Ranch, local law enforcement agencies, Central District Health, the Idaho Federation of Families, Terry Riley Health Services, local hospitals, the Idaho Department of Juvenile Corrections, the Boise Police Department's refugee liaison, and some of the refugee assistant agencies, Big Brothers Big Sisters of Southwest Idaho, and that's to name just a few. So staff has been very busy out talking to folks in the community. Brings us to our FY23 goals. I like that picture because we're about to take a leap of faith. And sometimes that's what you have to do. That's not me, but that's what I feel like. Our first FY23 goal is to use those relationships and resources that we've been building to keep kids out of the criminal justice system in the first place or from further entry into the criminal justice system. It's a little educational piece today, but why do we want to do that? Because studies tell us that youth who are formally processed as opposed to being diverted or kept out of the system are more likely to be rearrested, are more likely to be incarcerated, report more exposure to violence as a witness, or a victim, report lower rates of school enrollment, less ability to suppress aggression, and have lower odds of graduating from high school within 5 years. This is a 2020 study that we've been discussing with our partners. It tracked thousands of youth in 3 different states. They were demographically similar youth, which is really important. They'd committed mid-level crimes, but the same level of crime, and they tracked them for 5 years, and this is what they found. They also found that formal processing was never related to better outcomes in any of the domains tested, and conversely, in no instance was informal processing related to worse outcomes. These findings held regardless of age and race or ethnicity, although youth who entered the system younger had worse outcomes, which kind of makes sense. But this is the sort of thing we're working on, presenting to our partners, educating. So what is one way that we can keep kids out of the system in the first place or help them to not enter further into the system? I'm really glad I included this slide when I sent the presentation down last week because, as you know, we just got funding for Ada County Youth and Resource Center for Families. We're very excited about that. It's evidence-based. We, as you know, got the grant from the Idaho Department of Juvenile Corrections, and I need to start pointing that out in every presentation because that was one of our assurances in the pamphlet is that all of our presentations and website would start pointing that out. We're very excited. We have some beautiful data on our target population that we're going to start focusing on because we're going to have to start small. And our target population to begin with is referrals from law enforcement. So it's lucky we've been having all these conversations with our local law enforcement agencies. And they're very much in support. Each of them did provide a letter of support for the grant. Our second goal for FY23, and you've heard this from a lot of others, is to stabilize our workforce. So let's talk about our vacancies per division. Detention has 2 vacancies. One has only been open since May. We had a detention officer leave, and I think, I'm looking at Jessica, the one that went to the jail. Correct. Left in May, so for higher pay. And then we have one that we've been holding since January to repurpose. It's an enrichment position that we want to repurpose to a detention officer because of our recent staffing study. Probation shows 7 vacant PCNs, but some of those are related to grants, and we don't actually have the funding to hire for those positions. We will be cleaning up those PCNs. We've been cleaning up PCNs in the last month in the Ada Central system. Program similarly has 1 vacancy, but it doesn't have enough funding to hire a clinician, so we're gonna probably repurpose it as a social worker because we see that need as well. Support services, when we did the presentation, had 3 vacancies. 1 has only been open a couple of weeks for an accountant. Ariel Belleville is here. She is our new budget and finance officer, so we're replacing her. She's been promoted. We're replacing her. That's senior accountant. That's open right now. We also have an administrative position that we're holding for the resource center to help be a front desk person for the resource center. And then our third position is a research analyst, and we extended an offer to a really amazing employee yesterday. We're really excited about him. We're about to have 2 PhDs working in the department, so really smart guy, good with data. Overall, and we're excited about this, our staffing has improved since last year. We thank you for your support. I think for us as a department, the hiring bonus has been helpful. We have done a good job of hiring and retaining, recruiting, hiring, and retaining staff this last year. But of course, we want to keep them. I know that you're working hard on that. That was a discussion that was had at lunchtime today. You've been meeting with the department heads and all of the elected officials to see what we can do with regard to cost of living increases and merit increases for our employees. That brings us to our FY23 budget request. So let's start with our supplemental requests related to operating. Again, these are one-time. The first is to replace our cage car with a new-to-us vehicle. So we don't even need a brand-new vehicle, just a new-to-us vehicle. The cage car is the vehicle that looks like a police vehicle that we use to transport detained youth. The one we have is a 2009 Crown Vic. Apparently, it was assigned to one of the previous directors. And it's in pretty good shape, but I've been hearing a lot of complaints about it not starting. And I hadn't seen it up close, so this spring I got the keys. Jessica was with me, went out there to start it, and it wouldn't start. So what we are hoping for is a slightly newer, perhaps used law enforcement vehicle that's going to be a little bit more reliable. They would use it if a youth has to go, and have used it, if a youth has to go to the emergency room, for instance, or to Intermountain Hospital, some places like that for a consult. They would use it to transport the youth there. As you know, because I think you recently approved the agreement, we do have an agreement with the Ada County Sheriff's Office for that high risk pre-planned transport. This is when we need to take the youth on an emergency basis. Moving on to PC upgrades. IT has told us that we need to have or has suggested to us that we have a replacement cycle for all of our computers, our desktop computers. They've been failing pretty rapidly this last year. This funding would allow us to, now I have to look, replace 20 additional PCs on that cycle. And then last is $5,000 for our Denton courtyard revitalization. We had 3 trees last summer in our courtyard at Denton, and one was cut down because they just couldn't save it. We were able to purchase some furniture to put out there last year so that all of the employees based at Denton could sit outside and have lunch, sit outside and have a meeting, but it gets so hot out there in the summer that we need some kind of a shade structure. So those 3 total $68,100. Okay. Our personnel supplemental request is not that small. Unfortunately, it is for new detention officers. You've seen the staffing study that we prepared this spring, and you're aware of the results of our recent PREA audit. Amy Herrig had done a staffing study for the detention facility in 2017. She updated it this spring. It's based on her recommendation, which is actually 15 new detention officers, but we would be repurposing one, is based on our new understanding of the PREA staffing requirements, so the Prison Rape Elimination Act requirements. We now know that we need to staff each area of the facility pursuant to the required ratio, and we need to staff the facility whether or not kids are locked in their cells or out and about in the facility. We'll look at a map of the facility in the next slide. That's what makes it very complicated for us. We also need to build in shift relief, or we would like to build in shift relief. I've never seen a public safety staffing plan where they did not build in shift relief with employees. What we have is a list of part-time on-call employees. Now, we have a lot of vacancies there. They often, usually are people that have another job, so they're often not available to come in when we need them. And it's just been a really unstable way of trying to staff detention. So we're asking to build in a shift relief factor. Let's see, let's take a quick look at the map of detention. This will help you understand the staffing. So the light blue are the wings. Those were built in the mid-70s. The dark blue are the pods. Those were built in the mid-90s. All of those could include individual cells for youth. We also have recreation areas, classrooms, medical, central control, observation units, classrooms, day room, visiting, booking, any of those areas. So if even a single youth is in one of those areas, whether they're in their cell or out in the open area, that area has to be staffed. So for instance, this last winter, there were some evenings where we, on night shift, only had 4 officers. So if you only have 4 detention officers, and assume you have some males and females in the pods, you have to have an officer in a pod 4, an officer in pod 5. Additionally, central control always has to be staffed to open doors, control doors, look at cameras, so you're gonna have an officer there. So that left only 1 detention officer to do intakes when law enforcement brought someone in, again, by themselves, which is not ideal and would not allow for anything else for youth to move freely in the facility at all. So that's the main reason that we failed the PREA audit, was we just didn't have adequate staffing by area. The very complex nature of the facility does make it more difficult to staff. We are currently trying to, or Jessica and her staff are trying to, keep youth only in those newer pods and not in those older wings. The wings are the areas that are just really lacking in natural light, very tight, confined spaces. So again, we are asking, or the staffing study suggested that we needed 15 additional detention officers. We can repurpose 1 position, which would leave us with 14 additional detention officers. We also gave up some of the overtime budget and the funding for the part-time on-call staff to get to this number, but I'm aware that it's still a rather large number. Let's look at the funding sources for our overall FY23 budget. We get a clinician grant from the Idaho Department of Juvenile Corrections. We get some pass-through money pursuant to the Idaho Juvenile Corrections Act. We also receive a percentage of the money, a percentage of the sales tax on each package of cigarettes or tobacco products in Idaho that's sold. So that's very helpful. 23, I have to look to make sure. 24 of our current employees are funded through these via these grant opportunities. We do still have some additional funding available, but we need to clean up those PCNs and see where they can be repurposed for need in the department. Of our general fund request there, only about $750,000 is for operations. The rest is all personnel. Personnel is our most important resource in the Juvenile Services Department. We can't run our business without people, and we certainly can't fulfill our goals and our new initiatives without that funding. And with that, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Allison, for your presentation. Couple of things. What's the capacity, not capacity, but what are we running at, say, the last 6 months to a year?
So our numbers are very low, and thank you for asking that, Commissioner Kenyon. This staffing, these numbers would allow us to staff for an average daily population of, I have to look, 24 youth, for an average daily population of 24 youth, which is about the average we've had over the last few years. We've had, do we have 10 right now, Jessica? Yeah, we only have 10 youth in the facility right now. We hope to be able to keep that number really low, especially with the addition of the resource center.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something we've kind of had to weigh is, I can't guarantee we're gonna keep it that low, but certainly that is our goal, to keep it very low. Prior to the pandemic, numbers were running more like 40, and historically, there were times where they had 70 plus youth, and they had to do programs to take youth out of detention because they were at capacity. So we're in great shape in that regard.
So, but it's just, it looks like it's the design, that old design of the building, because it probably wouldn't matter if you have 24 in there or 12, the staffing is gonna have to be the same, right? The way it's set up.
Yes, as applied, the PREA guidelines are made so that youth are always supervised. There's always direct supervision of youth. We did appeal the audit for a couple of reasons. For instance, we said if there's a single youth in an area who is confined to their room or to their cell, we shouldn't have to staff that. They're probably safer there than anywhere else. Not that we want to leave kids in there, but if they're asleep, for instance. But the PREA guidelines require significant staffing.
Are these new guidelines?
They're not. It's more a clarification of the original guidelines. These ratios went into effect in 2017. But we got one of the newer audits under the new system, I guess you would say. I think a lot of people are failing their audits due to staffing, due to that clarification or that application of the standards, I should say.
And are these standards coming from the state or federal?
Federal.
So the we used to be called health and welfare, but now it's what?
It's the DOJ.
Health and services?
Yeah, it's DOJ that actually.
It's DOJ, so that, okay. DOJ, okay. That makes sense, yeah. How many folks do we have probation, and then how many are detention officers? What's the kind of the average breakdown of those?
Let's see. I would actually have to go back to that slide. So right now, looking at that org chart, because we had to look again, we have 36 probation officers, so that would include diversion and probation. And then we have 50 employees in detention, so that's detention officers, small number of medical service officers, and then our kitchen staff.
Okay. And has anybody ever had any repercussions from failing PREA? And if so, what are they?
So the state actually could, as far as the money they get from the feds. I think part of it is that you have a plan for staffing. So we're asking for more people. We have a plan. We're going to keep kids as long as our numbers stay relatively low. We're going to keep them in the pods and not, try to have kids in both pods and all three wings. That would require significant more staffing for every shift. And part of the issue is we're a 24/7 operation with all those different shifts. Mm-hmm. So, one officer doesn't do you any good. You need at least 4 to make an impact, someone from every shift. And then again, the part-time on call just is a really problematic way to staff a public safety agency where you have to have staffing. You don't need You can do fill-in for other sorts of positions, but like a police department would never say, we're going to call in some part-time officers to handle patrol tonight. And
Or the
that's
jail,
really,
yeah.
exactly. Or at the jail would never do that, but that's what they've done here, tried to do for a long time. If it worked, it would be more cost-effective than having employees, except that you have to do a post-certification, which is difficult. It just, most of the people that are on that list have full-time jobs, so if they're a teacher, they might be able to come in at Christmas or in the summer or on spring break, but not the rest of the time.
And you feel the starting pay that you're offering, you're going to be able to attract quality candidates?
So again, as with all the department heads and elected officials, we're interested in cost of living increases because we know how expensive it is to live now in the Treasure Valley. We have officers, I think we have a detention officer that lives in Ontario. We have folks that are living all over as well, just like you heard from the other department heads today. But if those increases are where they need to be, and then we also had a market analysis which is built into our flat budget, we believe we'll be able to attract staff. We're really pleased with the way recruiting and hiring has gone.
Okay, so it'll be like 43 to 45, somebody in there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Davidson, do you have any questions?
Commissioner Kane kind of covered some of the things I was curious about. I know we got these regulations, but if we have a low intake day, it really feels like overkill do you have one employee with one juvenile just sitting there watching him watch TV for hours?
Absolutely, understood. Jessica, our detention manager, does come from the adult system, and she continues to remind me how different staffing is in the youth system as opposed to the adult system. But the reason is they want to keep youth safe, so it is very rigorous and specific staffing. But absolutely understand your point. We think the same thing.
Are they able to fill out reports or have paperwork with them while they're watching the youth who's maybe not moving around too much?
Yeah, depending on where they're sitting. For instance, if they're in the pods, our pods, because they're newer, were designed for direct supervision, so they do have a work area there. So if there's a youth either in their room or out in the open area in the pod playing a game or doing something, the staff member can do other work while they're there. The part of our appeal for the PREA audit was that our wings, because they were done in the mid-'70s, it's almost impossible to do direct supervision in the wing. So if there's one youth that we need to separate from the other population and put them in a wing, you have a detention officer sitting in this very narrow hallway, and there's barely room to put a chair there, much less you couldn't do a workstation. But yes, in the area where we try to keep youth, they can do other work.
Do they have gym class where all the juveniles are in the gym at the same time?
Absolutely, we have a requirement to provide certain amount of exercise, large muscle exercise for all of the juveniles, and it would usually be separated by gender. But yes, they all get recreation time every day.
How much time?
I'm not sure.
1 hour minimum.
1 hour minimum. Thank you, Jessica.
Sometimes they do more.
Yep, because they might go outside. The youth might want to go outside, and I know we were purchasing new Nerf footballs recently, so the boys could play football outside. So yeah, indoor, outdoor activity is good. It's really helpful to the kids, as we all know. It's soothing and good for all of us.
I think the new addition outside will be really helpful.
Yeah.
It will be wonderful. It will be nice for staff. It will be really good for staff and for the youth. Yep, game changer.
I had one more question.
All right, go ahead.
So just a thought, if we can't get to the number of positions that you're asking for. One of the things we heard from the sheriff in the jails, or the captain today, was how many more cameras they have than they did like 20 years ago. And so what does your camera situation look like, and do we need to be putting some money towards cameras?
That is a great question. Thank you, Commissioner Kenyon. We have all brand new cameras. But the PREA guidelines do specifically say that cameras can't take the place of direct supervision. We did include that in our appeal. We noted that we have a very robust camera system. It is now on the Genetech system, so it's what the jail's going to. It's very helpful, certainly, and I feel like we have a very safe facility. It's just that requirement for the direct supervision. But yeah, we've got good cameras.
Cameras everywhere.
I would say, as far as, you know, the number of staff, in 2017, when the first staffing study was done, it also asked for a good number of officers. They got 3, and that was very problematic because you don't have 1 per shift. So, you know, multiples of 4 are better if we're going to get, you know, a lesser number of detention
Okay,
officers.
good to know.
All right, I have a question. How many youth on average are in detention?
So looking back over the last 5 years, that's where we got about this number, like 24 to 28. Prior to COVID, it was more in the 40 range. We have been very lucky because we're back to business as usual. Obviously, the schools are open. We are very lucky that our numbers have not gone back up to that. We believe that it's because our judges are listening, all of our partners are listening. We're getting youth out of detention into other placements more quickly. Our whole staff is working on that, and we're understanding that there are some youth, our low-risk youth, that should not be in detention because it does them more harm than good.
And I guess I just don't understand the whole PREA thing. I mean, it looks like you need to have 1 detention person for each youth.
It sounds like it, yeah.
So it is, and I should have explained better, Commissioner, and I'll provide you with another copy of the staffing study too. So the ratio is 1 to 8, 1 staff member to 8 youth during the day, and 1 staff member to 16 youth at night. So if there were, during the day, if there were 7 boys in the pod, you would need 1 staff member. If there were 9, you would need 2.
And yet you're asking for, you're basically, on the PREA study, you're asking for 19 new detention officers, and on your chart here, you have 50 people working in detention.
So that does include, Commissioner, both the kitchen staff, so preparing all the meals, and the medical staff. So we have a nursing supervisor and medical assistants. So that does include that. Again, part of it is just there's the times where you don't have any relief. For instance, 4 detention officers can't really staff the detention with 4 detention officers on a shift.
Right.
Because a shift relief factor would always be built into something like at the jail, because you're going to assume, based on your average number of hours worked, that you would look back over time, that someone's going to be on vacation, someone's going to be sick. You know, what's your shift relief factor look like? And our problem is that was never built into the staffing system.
Well, and I'm glad you can keep your detention of the youth. I'd like to see it less. I mean, but
absolutely,
and maybe this harbor system will help you keep it less, because that's part of one of the objectives of that harbor system is to keep them out of the system and to get them help.
You're absolutely correct, Commissioner, and that is our goal. Certainly, the target population for the center is youth that come into contact with law enforcement early. So there's a number, if you look at the law enforcement data, the category is youth handled within the department. So with regard to juveniles in Ada County, if you look at all of the law enforcement agencies, about 1/3 of the calls are actually handled within the department. So they're not bringing the kid to detention yet, or even, bringing them formally into the system. So because law enforcement is so excited about this, they will refer those youth and families to us early. So we hope to get those youth before they ever enter the system. But the second target population is the very low-risk youth that shouldn't be in detention. Right now, they are held in detention because there's nowhere else for them to go. There's conflict in the home. The officer doesn't necessarily want them in detention. They just can't take them home because they'll get called back an hour later. That's our second target population. We've looked at all our numbers and we've identified that. So yes, 50.
And that seemed to me to be a really high selling point. I mean, that's what impressed me the most is once the first sale is made to the police departments and our sheriff departments, because you have to tell them, if you don't have any, don't even fill out your reports, just bring them over. And then you have trained staff that can get them help in other community services. That's the way I read it anyway. Now, that was great.
Mr. Chairman, I'm so happy that that you have that understanding of it, that you were there for the presentation and that you have all done that reading. You're exactly right. And when Sheriff Clifford did his letter of support, it was amazing. I mean, I sent it out to the whole department. It was such a great letter of support to show that law enforcement is really supportive of these initiatives.
Right. All right. Well, thank you. appreciate your efforts and
Can
your
I
staff.
ask one more
Yeah,
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the status of the telemate system versus other visitation we're doing? How's that working out?
Thank you for asking, Commissioner Davidson. We did file, certified mail sent them a notice of cancellation, so we're working with them on when they're going to take the equipment out. Jessica and her staff have a new policy already set in place for just using regular telephone lines for the youth. We're really pleased with that. We think it's going to be obviously less expensive for the kids, but also less confusing, and we think it will be safer because with Telmate, they can call anyone. If staff are assisting in the placement of calls, youth will only be able to call people that are approved, family members and folks that are approved. This is exactly what the Idaho Department of Juvenile Corrections does in their facilities, and we appreciate the encouragement to make a move because we think it's going to be a much better plan.
Did you say something before they were using iPads or something for video chats or?
Yes. So we were allowing, or have been allowing, virtual visitation for families when we couldn't do a direct visits with family, but we continue to do that if families are out of town.
Yeah, are we saving money by getting rid of the telemate contract and just going to phone lines?
Commissioner, we are not. There was not a cost to us for that. They make a lot of money, and the jail makes a lot of money. I think you've been hearing about their contract. That's not so with us. I don't know, what their profit would have looked like, but we were not paying for the system.
The parents are saving money now.
Yes, I'm sorry if that was the question. Absolutely. So it's also more fair to provide the calls because then all youth have the same access to speaking with family members and other supports in the community, and that's what we want.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Appreciate your efforts.
Yeah, I really commend you on all your community work, building those partnerships. You guys have been really busy. You can tell out in the community, so it's
We
paying off.
appreciate your support. It's been very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there any further business?
Lane? No?
Okay, we'll be in recess till in the morning at 10 o'clock. We have a meeting at 9, but